Good evening. Becoming a bit concerned. As my caffeine dependency increases. Today I'm drinking the pink flavor. Everybody's doing all right? Chatbot is online. Got this in the mail today. So? Plus the memory card. So this is what I'll be giving away. The one thing I need to check on is potential international shipping issues. I don't know of any, but I've also not done a giveaway where I've needed to ship a physical item internationally. So I'm not sure if there's anything I need to worry about that besides, getting lost, although. No, yeah, I have no need for a light. I thought it'd be cool to give away. Especially for those that have no switch. I wish it was just coffee. It'd be a lot better than drinking this nonsense. Coffee just tastes so bad. Well, yeah, if you don't need one, you don't have to enter the giveaway. Go to their house and hand deliver it in person to whatever country it is. That's probably not going to happen. So the wedding was interesting. Turned out I had a little less to worry about in terms of formalities, because it wasn't. I don't know. It was just a lot more informal than I thought it'd be in terms of like the ceremony didn't really have too much of a structure to it, which was kind of refreshing actually. Just like do stuff until you're ready to go eat dinner. And then we had dinner. And then we couldn't stay too much longer after that because my wife's feet started killing her. Because, girl shoes are, I think they're the worst. Or so I've been told. They look like they'd be the worst to wear. Thank you, Chris. Now make sure you go get my royalty for that. I'm going to post a video on how to enter the giveaway. I'm going to be doing it on Gleam. So that'll give you all the instructions. I got to set it up on Gleam first. So then I can tell you exactly what to do when I make the video. No, it was alright. My anxiety was unwarranted. Well, it's called a jerktic wedding. I think that's jerktic, something like that. How it's pronounced. My bad attempt at pronouncing it. It's Sudanese, which I didn't realize beforehand. I thought it was more of a. For some reason, I thought it was more of like an upper Middle Eastern wedding. And I was like, oh, this is East Africa. Interesting. Kebabs were flame. Flame. How do you spell it? So they spelled the way they spelled it in the program, I feel like is different than how it's actually pronounced. There, that's actually spelled. Jertig. Jertig. Anyways, they both had swords. That was pretty badass. You throw some swords in the ceremony and I'm auto bumping that up cool points. This has been off lately. Oh, maybe not. So JIRTIG. All right. So we're still at that special cell, right? Knowing this, Knightley asked Simon to send him a package. Namely, a chessboard containing the chisel. Oh, this has solved one of our problems. The fact that the chisel was not Mr. Dojan's, but Mr. Knightley's. Given this, did not dab, I didn't sneeze there. Just a quick reminder, same trend that's going on with the V3 series. A little less focus on interaction over the next few streams, so I can hopefully accelerate progress. So if you feel like I'm ignoring you, technically I am, but not, you know, because I'm ignoring you. I'm just ignoring chat as a whole a little more than I normally would be. They're in their last week of school? Most people are just beginning their school. How's everybody else doing? Tash, Triple Carmen, JB, Nemo, Trep, Idris, Proxy, Fukugads, Lugia, Inquisitor, Diego, Chris, Johnny, Dog, Ventus, Sarah, and Creature. I think that's everybody. Oh, hey Beth, you too. If that were true, I wouldn't stream. That's why I don't get streamers that don't like interact at all. I'd play alone then. Just without having a camera on me. Your school begins on my birthday? Hold on. Pump the motherfucking brakes. Did you tell them what day that was? Do they know who I am? Every school child, or at least everybody that watches the stream should get off work that day, or off school, off work. I didn't forget you, Tom. I didn't think I saw you. How are you, Tom? My apologies. You tell them. You tell them it's my birthday. It looked like shit. Okay. You're excused from the first day. You should still get off for the 16th. Not just for the stream, the entire day. Given this, one major issue remains. The security camera shows a dog attacking the victim. As long as that exists, I will maintain that Dojin is the killer. But Dojin never touched the murder weapon. I'm stumped. We also desire a conclusion to this matter. Mr. Edgeworth, we could use one of my secret weapons, sir. Secret weapon number 4. The video analyzing machine. Mr. Analysis. What? What's with that ridiculous name? I thought it was kind of a cool name. I'm Mr. Analysis. Seems like something you would name a really interesting device like that. Something incredibly boring. Well, that's why it's happy birthday, not happy birth moment. So happy birthday to you as well. Just make sure to let him know that he probably experienced or has a bit of an distorted view on the entire process. But I mean, if he wants to do it, then he should go for it. Just, I don't think I would make that judgment based on jury duty and playing Ace Attorney. Hey, Eagle, what's up? And Easy. I do not remember the last time I analyzed the video. Was that in the first game? It wasn't in Justice for All. Oh, that's a nice way to remember it. 1-5. Yeah, that sounds about right. Dude, I'm 34 and I haven't accepted that I've gone past like 24. So that's a feeling that's just gonna get, the slope's gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Happy birthday to you as well, Eagle. Oh, the Blue Badger video? Yeah. That sounds like that would be right up his both his skill set and his experience set would help him a great deal there. Oh god, the Turnabout Serenade video. I deleted that from my head. Oh, he works for Activision? Can he get us the inside scoop on the shit show that's Activision right now? Oh boy. Whoo. They are in some trouble. As well he should. It's probably a part of his employment agreement. Good for him. I mean, it's as somebody that has to worry about that, it's legitimately hard. Like, because you're used to talking. Like, I can't even talk to my wife about this shit, you know? I do. Like, how was your day? Good? Well, did you have, like, any interesting cases? Yes. Well, can you tell me about them? Not really. You can be kind of general about it, right? But I can't, you don't disclose names. You don't do anything like that. I even avoid finer details just to make sure that it's not an issue at all. It's annoying. Yeah. Come on, fuck you. Yeah, I would say so. They are becoming very analogous. Right, which mine are usually not because they involve well, like my criminal cases would be, but I didn't, you know, I didn't do that super often. Just often enough where I have an idea of how everything works. A lot of my cases are sealed. Means I can never talk about them. I'm actually not sure how that works with the immigration cases. I kind of treat them the same way, but I'm honestly not. I don't know what the like formal rules for that would be because you don't. They're not. It's kind of like it's not litigation, but it's not like contract negotiation or anything like that. It's transactional with the government. That's kind of an interesting area. I guess that would be the same as like would it be the same as IP? Well, IP confidentiality is like my IP confidentiality clauses are like lock and key. You fuck those up, you are losing much. Much. 5 major collisions? It's its own thing, but I mean, as an attorney, we still function the same way. It's just a matter of the way people think of ethics. It's really easy to be like, oh yeah, litigation, this is cut and dry how it works. Or like transactional things, because there's literally something in your, in the agreements that you're putting together that outlines it. So I suppose then the only confidentiality is the one that's governed within our contract, within our representation agreements. But then what if an attorney has a confidentiality clause in their representation agreement that might not be valid for one reason or another? See, I told you guys no digressions, and now I'm creating all these. My approach doesn't actually have to like worry about this, but it's interesting to think about. I have no idea what you. I've never seen. Oh, Beyblade. I've never watched a single second of Beyblade. So I don't. If I've seen it, if you show me an image of it, that'll be the first time. I've only heard the name. What's with that ridiculous name? I named it myself, sir. But that's not actually what I asked you. I asked you what's with that ridiculous name. I don't care who named it. This'll let us analyze video footage in detail. Go ahead. You'll soon see I'm not lying. I don't know what will come of this, but all we can do now is investigate. Well, if you're really after the truth, then you don't really. You just want to see what it has. Mr. Edgeworth, you know how to use Mr. Analysis? A video analysis machine. Should I hear how to use it? Yeah, let's just hear it real quick, but I won't. Oh, I don't remember having the ability to zoom. Well, hopefully he'll just get pulled over for speeding without a license, and... Well, that's not really going to do too much either, is it? If he's really going to be that irresponsible, hopefully something happens where law enforcement is able to legally remove him from the streets of society for a period of time. And then hopefully he'll care. Oh, jeez. When you first started thinking about saying that, I thought it was like a scam. A big scam in the United States right now, and I'm not sure, this is probably everywhere, but do this or you're going to jail. Now, obviously as a lawyer, that's utterly ridiculous. They're just lucky I haven't picked up the phone and, like, dunked on them personally. But, yeah, like, no, that's not how that works, sir or ma'am. So, kindly fuck off. I'm not aware of that perception of DMV workers at all. I mean, we've all heard the jokes that the DMV workers are like, fuck you. But it's more of like a, goddamn, there are way too many of you and you're all fucking, like, just overwhelming and you don't follow directions and it gets really frustrating. But I don't have the image of the DMV worker that's like, -9, sure, you passed your driver's test, but wasn't quite perfect, was it? Pathetic. Or the people who are talking about that don't actually know what pretentious means. Yeah, scammers are the fucking scum. Trying to just make, you know, their gain is based off of someone else's suffering. Directly. I like those videos where the people, like, call out the scammers and they're like, oh! Like, damn, I wish I could do that. That seems pretty sick. Oh, that specific one? I'm not gonna lie, Lugia, I kinda wanna come visit that DMV. A lot of times it's not them that, like, they're not doing it, though. They're using bots. Like, a little, like, I guess you'd call them sophisticated bots. To do that, to do it themselves. Itself. No, yeah. Yeah, I know somebody that got one of those. I'm just like, do you do this in front of your webcam? They're like, no. And I'm like, okay, then you don't have fucking shit to worry about. It's obviously a scam. I never do anything in front of my webcam. Like, just don't do that sort of thing in front of your computer webcam. And if you do it on, like, let's say you and your partner enjoy creating cinematic experiences with your intimate encounters. Pretty sure you can make it so that shit doesn't go directly to the cloud, and the only way they'd have access to that imagery is by taking the camera directly. Yeah, no, and like I've personally never like. Whenever somebody complains about the DMV, I'm like, yeah, you know, it's probably because of assholes like you that they're like that. I'm not gonna lie, I shopped my DMV. I went to a place that was the closest place to me was super traffic congested, and I did not want to deal with that. So I went to a place. It's still in the city. It just wasn't as bad. But it was like closer to residential areas as opposed to just all, you know, fucking everything's jam-packed. Imagine a job where every customer comes in hating you. Imagine that. Imagine having a job where people generally have a low, both this really weird dichotomy of a low and high opinion of you. High opinion that they respect what you do because of the prestige of the position, but they also think you're probably likely a slimy piece of shit. Imagine that. Probably a little different from your experience in particular, but I think I kind of get the whole people hate you thing walking through the door. And then you have people that really hate you on the opposite end. Yeah, last time my wife and I were in the DMV, we had this very nice lady take care of us, and she was super nice. Joking with her, everything went very smoothly. See what happens when you just do what you're supposed to do, and you go and you talk to people like they're a human being, instead of, you know, your fucking, well, I guess to a certain extent, you pay. They're funded. DMV's funded through taxes, right? Yeah. So, but some people take that a little far. Ooh, not only are they pretentious, Luigi, it sounds like they just do things they're not supposed to do. Yikes. Yeah, so they're never gonna find those pictures of you, creature. Yo, what's up, Volpe? Oh yeah. There are definitely like, I won't say many, but there are definitely other jobs out there like that. For sure. Well, exactly. So you got to that point where they're like, okay, so we gotta respect him at least, which is fine. You can have whatever stupid, ignorant, fucking preconception of me that you want. As long as you respect me, our relationship can be fine. Cause I don't want to be your friend. Some people want to be friends, and it's like, It depends on the DMV, Volpe. They have a reputation of being slow, but not all of them are actually slow. One of the biggest problems with DMVs is that because they're a government agency, they're only open for a certain period of time during the week. Everyone has to go during the weekend, which means they get this huge influx of people at one time, and it's impossible to keep up with that volume. If the volume were more spread out, there wouldn't be as much of an issue. You guys have friends? I mean, I'd say that I do. But I mean, those people that I play Call of Duty with, those are paid actors. See how long it takes for Twitch to figure that out. Yeah, that's a good point too, Tom. Some agencies will never have to worry about certain people. Not really true for the DMV. So pause, advance, investigation, rewind, fast forward. I used the buttons that say rewind and fast forward to pause. I press the button that says pause. Previous frame or next frame. Same like that. I see, okay. So when it's paused, you can frame it. But you can only zoom in and out, like, to one extent. It's really weird. God, I'd be such a dick to Edgeworth. Use the minus button. If zoom in is the plus button, then use the minus button. This is the video from the detention center's camera. I believe this was the moment when Knightley was being attacked by the dog. If that wasn't the case, then what does it show? Is the person in this video really Knightley? And what is the true form of the black silhouette attacking this person? I should check the video and try to find the answers to these two questions. There could be unexpected things in unexpected places, so be sure to check every nook and cranny of the video, sir. Hey! Hey! Nice one, Gumshoe. I like, Nathan Pike is somebody who's really good at those, like, comics. I think the most recent one I saw was a guy wishes for a genie, and he's like, what would you have, what do you wish for? And he was like, I wish... Hey, calm your tits for a second. Contain the calamities that are your memories. He was like, what do you want to wish for? The guy's like, I wish I would stop second guessing myself. Which, like, nice. That's a good wish. That's a really good wish. And the genie's like, really? You want to wish for that? And then the guy responds like, yeah, it's my wish and I'll do what and then he stops and he's like, he has a realization and then they look at each other and they're like, hey! Cause the genie did it. What part of the video is strange? What's in the mirror there? Let's watch the mirror when I can't really see who's there. God. Can't see anything. What's with this fucking 360 resolution? Ooh. What is that? Is that a hat? Is this a hat right here? A reflection of this person can be seen in this mirror. Is that a cap on his head? Wow, I actually can't believe I was right. I was just like, kind of looks like it could be a hat. Actually, it looks kind of like the caps the prison guards wear, sir. You don't think it was a guard who was attacked? Have you received a report of any guards being attacked by an animal? No, not that I've heard, sir. Then it was someone else wearing a guard's uniform. I see. I have evidence that shows what this cap is. It is the guard's uniform that was taken. Take that. But that's just it. The DS game itself isn't super high resolution, and then they're gonna give you a video that's like even worse. Ugh. Ugh. It's good that when you zoom, it still like it refocuses. That's really nice. It doesn't use nearly as much. Well, no. Yeah, you could have done that in 2011. Efficiently-ish. Storage capacity, I think, is a little more than you're giving it credit for. It doesn't even have to be 720. Make it 480. Make it 480, and that's significantly better than what we watched. Yeah, and so they would each have the same storage. They're working off the same storage. Do you understand how much memory space you can use with storage if you have like servers and then you like reroute it after, you know, a cycle or whatever? My phone usually uses 480. Yeah, it's not a lot of cameras. Oof. Well, at least they upgraded. Yikes. There was no report of a guard being attacked by an animal. I don't know. You tell me, based on that Chick-fil-A that had like 4 different cameras that videotaped literally 24/7 and streamed on YouTube. That was some really good picture. And it's a Chick-fil-A. One Chick-fil-A. Yeah, I agree, Tom. I think Trep's just being difficult. Not to say that's a bad thing. It's just, I'm calling you out on this one. Like, this footage is saved on YouTube now. No, I honestly don't know. But what would be the point of having security footage if it's not saved? If the footage doesn't save, then there's no point in having it. Yeah, exactly. I think this is just an instance of Trep not really knowing the options that are at their disposal in terms of storage and what you can do with storage and how much storage HD stuff like that really takes up after using those types of techniques. Yeah, exactly. You have no idea what you're talking about, so we're moving on. Then, in that case, it's not really worth discussing further. Unless you are asking questions as opposed to trying to argue a point you don't know anything about. And there's no evidence that that account is actually affiliated with Chick-fil-A. So we don't know if Chick-fil-A meant to do that. They just didn't do anything about it. No, you were Sure, they were in question forms, but they were making arguments. You said yourself it's devil's advocate. Simply asking questions isn't playing devil's advocate. That's asking questions. Playing devil's advocate means you're taking the opposite position just for the sake of taking the opposite position. However, we did hear that a guard's uniform was stolen. Putting 2 and 2 together, I'd say this was a disguise for the purpose of a prison escape. Disguised as a guard? That sounds like it could have been successful, sir. Huh? Speaking of prison escapes, I've thought about doing that, like, as a stream, but I would need to go into, like, because I know some people do it, but that doesn't mean it's actually okay for them to do it. And I don't really know, like, it's public, so there's nothing technically wrong with watching it, but restreaming it yourself then, that could still be a problem. Just like you, like, restreaming a Game Awards show or something like that. Because it's somebody else's broadcast. Well, that's the thing, though. I'm not gonna bother engaging if you're just being devil's advocate about a topic you don't know anything about. Instead of being devil's advocate, just ask questions. Because at that point, you're just kind of being an asshole. And I would know because I do that shit. I've literally done that shit on stream. And you know what? I'm an asshole when I do that. And I say I'm an asshole. Yeah, that's what I would think, Tom. I just wasn't sure if there was, like, some different, I don't want to say loophole, but kind of basically loophole, because it's you're going through the, you know, the public as opposed to an entity's private broadcast. Indeed, that person certainly was successful. If the person in this video is not Nightly, then perhaps that black shadow is not a dog either. If you zoom in, you should be able to see its real shape, sir. What part of the... oh, okay. Yeah, it definitely doesn't... well... yeah, it definitely doesn't look like a prisoner's uniform, because he's wearing a fucking belt. I'm 99.9% sure they don't give prisoners belts. Or inmates. Oh, bullshit, there's not anything there. Yeah, what Tom said. Playing devil's advocate. When we're playing Danganronpa and you've played the game and you're looking at other alternative possible arguments based on your understanding of things because you have a basis in knowledge, then no, there's nothing wrong with that. It helps. In fact, it can help me put my thoughts together by perhaps looking at a alternative viewpoint that I had not thought about. But I think about that because I know it's coming from somebody that has an idea of what they're talking about. there really isn't anything worth me thinking about when the person's just talking out of their ass. Even if they happen to be right, it wouldn't be prudent to think somebody who doesn't know anything would give me something that would be of value. Jesus Christ, Lugia. No. No, and I don't think you do it to upset me. I think we have a lot of good conversations about it. Usually. One of the problems is that sometimes you just keep going for the sake of not wanting to give up. Or something similar to that. And then what happens is that then it drags on, and that's when I get annoyed. Because at that point I'm ready to move on, and then I'm like, okay, why are we still talking about this? You know, things are pretty established at this point. But, I mean, is it a huge deal? No. I could just not be annoyed, forehead. I do not, Tash. Hey, Rodders, thank you for re-upping that membership, dude. 10 months! Much appreciated. Yeah, I honestly don't... I've heard of it, but I don't know anything about it. Yeah, but there comes a time when you need to know to let the issue go. I could keep going on and on forever with shit like that just to see how far I could push people, but you know, it gets to a point where you're like, I should probably stop. We're not really adding anything here. And it just gets annoying then. I couldn't be Phoenix. I could never be clean cut. Well, I think that's it. I think you know. You're an intelligent person, so I trust that you know when that happens. So it's just a matter of the more you recognize it, the more you then, you know, over time, it becomes less and less of an issue. Not that it's a huge issue now, just if I see it now, I would expect to see it less, you know, more infrequent. Or less frequent. More infrequent. If it is, it's something that I do, Tash, without ever actually having been taught the principles. So basically, he's saying that not all laws are valid and justified. And you shouldn't just go, well, it's the law, so it should be followed. Is that more of a nutshell? The problem is that's not going to hold up in court very well. Mostly. Something's unconstitutional. That's entirely different. Oh. No, to be honest, it looked a little too small to be that dog. Maybe not. Oh, God. That looks like a cat. This is... I fear we have made a grave miscalculation. This animal, the silhouette, no matter how you look at it, it is not a dog. This animal is... This silhouette is definitely a cat. A cat? No matter how hard I try, Uncle Ray can't see a cat. Maybe Uncle Ray's fucking blind. Prosecutor Edgeworth, please be more serious with your answers. It looks just like a fucking cat! Are you kidding me? You see the ears and like the size? I guess there's no tail. I can't really see the tail. If that's the case, then it'd be a pig, right? Oh, I can't, because they darkened it now and it's annoying. I think that's a pig. It's not a bear. Oh, wait. He has the koala bear, doesn't he? Right. Still, that thing, my immediate reaction to that was, it's a cat. So either I'm just a fucking idiot, or they didn't do a good enough job to distinguish a cat from a pig from a bear. From the silhouette, I'd say the animal's not a dog, but a bear. So then, in that photo I took, those footprints must have belonged to this bear, yes. Did you say a bear? Yeah, I remember he had a bear. Because that's where we had our koala bears have... Wait, is this actually a koala? I don't remember if we actually said that was a koala or if we just started talking about koalas and chlamydia. Marsupials, yep. I do not let it distract me from the fact that koalas have chlamydia. It's not a koala, so we were just talking. It's a polar bear? Okay, I think I remember chat telling me that now, but that seems even more ridiculous considering aren't polar bears like especially vicious for bears? God. I guess in this universe, polar bears are just fucking, woo, cutie, oh my god, let's go drink a Coca-Cola with them! God. There's suspending disbelief, and then there's, oh, this boxer carries around a polar bear with him. Oh, I had the exact same reaction. Oh, that's really funny. I guess that was like 2 months ago at this point, right? Yes, that man is the first to come to mind. We were all under the impression that the person in this video was Knightley. But it's his cell after all, why would it be anyone else? That line of logic no longer holds. Remember the tunnel under his bed? It's possible whoever used this tunnel is the one in this video. It seems it is time to answer that question. Just who is the person in this video? Person in this video is my client. Haha, just kidding.
Take that.
Person wearing the guard's uniform is the escaped prisoner, Jail Elbird. The probability is extremely high. Fuck, am I have to voice him again? I don't remember what voice I gave him, speaking of not remembering 2 months ago. Of course Maxim would come in here like, I have seen polar bear in wildlife. I could wrestle it with bare hands if I wanted to. Like, we get it, Maxim. You're a badass. We understand. Sweaty boxer voice? I don't even remember what that was. Yes, I would say the answer is no to that question, Tom. So I guess you and I probably kind of prescribed to that without even having actually known what it was, which isn't surprising. I've never heard it explained that way before. Well, no, I should say I've never heard that specific principle explained in a way like that. I've heard people talk about law versus morality, but never in the way of Hart's principles and, you know. Oh yeah, why'd you tell us? Why? You should have just walked away like, yeah, that's right. I am big burly man. So what, you just go up to them like this and they'll be like, hey bro, no, I'm good. Hey, good for them. Good for them. You always got a box. Polar bears, you're just dead. Leave your clothes on the ground and run. That's interesting. I would agree, Inquisitor. Yeah, exactly. We can talk all the shit we want, but have we been that far north? No. The only person I know that's been nearly that far north is Guy, because he lives in Alaska. So that's been the long game the entire time, huh? Fuck you, polar bears. Oh, God. And the fact that you're around polar bears, it's probably fucking freezing up there. So you better hope you don't freeze your dick off after that. His pen is a polar bear cub somehow. But the bear here is black! We have evidence that can explain this matter. The reason the polar bear became black is... I don't know off the top of my head. But I mean, it's like a the dirt? Where does it show the dirt? No, those are just blood stains. It's the dirt, right? But like, what do I show? Do I show the gloves? Think back to Frank Sowitz's testimony. Oh. Hey, Snap Click Cat, what is up? Thank you so much for the raid. What were you playing this fine evening? I'm assuming based on the time that you were rating me, you were not picnicking during this stream. Cool stream idea, by the way. That was actually... I never thought about doing something like that. Thank you to, is it Neridia? For the sub. Baja Ball and Lightning. Cherish, PDB, Smart Man. Yo, what's up, Nick? How y'all doing this fine evening? Cat herself, Tedrick. Sup, everybody? Laggy emulator OST. Is it lagging for you guys? For those that don't know me, my name is Twain. I am an attorney licensed to practice in the state of Wisconsin, and I play these games to both make fun of how wildly inaccurate they are relative to the American legal system, even though they're more based off of the Japanese legal system, and just enjoy the general absurdities. Wisconsin. Streaming from the shores of Lake Michigan. You guys might laugh at us now, but just wait until there's no more water in the world and you gotta come to the biggest source of fresh water on this planet. Guess where it's gonna be? Right here. I'll deal with this terrible weather in the meantime. Oh, that shit's sad, isn't it? Whew. Although I will say, we have choice tap water. Like, I'm not even making a joke. Our tap water is really fucking good. And it's so good that the counties that are more inland all fight with the coastal counties in order to get, like, lake water over to them. Because otherwise they gotta use well water, and whoo, that shit is gross. Oh my god, it goes in the, it's all like foggy in the glass. Oh, oh god. Yes, do not buy land on the coasts of the United States, please. I have no idea how long those are gonna last. Buy land on the coasts of the lakes. Those will last a little bit longer. I actually don't think our lake is rising that much. I think it's rising very slowly. Pray that you don't, because well water is trash. So yeah, I'm sorry. Did somebody answer my question? What was Kat? What were you doing tonight? Also, hello, Easy. I am not sure if I said hi to you when you came in. Oh, I need to. Oh, also, I posted Snapcat's link. I think. Yeah, you're still on the 10K precipice, right? Go sub to her. She's super cool, and she's almost at 10K. So let's get her to that big old, nice, round, sexy number that we all aspire to get at some point. Oh, Superstar Saga. I did not know that game existed until I saw somebody stream it a couple years ago. Was that Nin? It might have been somebody else. I don't think it was Nin. Yeah, I think it was somebody else. I hear those games are actually really cool though, or like really good. I can only tell so much from watching it. Like, it looks fun, but without playing it, does it feel clunky? Blah, Okay, good. I'm glad I did. Oh, so it's a blind playthrough? Is it on is the first one on DS? Yes, they will be way more expensive. Way more expensive. You can get a lake house around here for like a quarter of the price, and you still get a great view. It's just you're not looking at the ocean. Also means you can probably jump in the water without worrying about something getting at you. And you can drink it, though I would not suggest that. I hate the taste of ocean water. And by that, I haven't tasted it. Like, I've never tried drinking it, but what happens is that the taste of ocean water is so strong, just getting it on your lips and like, you're like, oh man, I got it on my lips. Oh, the salt making them feel kind of dry. Let me lick my lips. And it's like, ugh! Why did I do that? Oh, it's GBA. I see. Okay. That's cool. I'm gonna stop in and watch it as a blind playthrough. Yeah, those games do look really fun. But yeah, again, thank you to Snap. I always have problems saying your name just because I have. Yeah, people might not realize this, but I actually have problems talking sometimes. Snap Click Cat for the raid. Make sure to go check her out. Let me drop the link one more again. Go check out her content. It was remade for the 3DS. Oh, is the remake any good? I don't think I've seen the remake. I've only seen it's in its original form. So yeah, we are on chapter 2, nearing the end of chapter 2 on Ace Attorney Investigations 2. This is a part of the Ace Attorney universe, but these are spin-off games, and this particular one was never actually localized in the United States or North America. It wasn't localized outside of Japan. All the language you see is fan translated, and it's actually a really pretty damn good fan translation. We played the first one, which had been localized, but people insisted that I get this one too, so I bought a Japanese cartridge that I'll never be able to use. just so that I could play this as an upstanding citizen of the law who's only using a ROM as a backup. Come at me, feds. You have nothing. You have nothing on me. But yeah, I was told I need to play this game because for some people, for a larger portion of the AA fandom than I thought would have been, my guess. They consider this to be the best game in the entire series. So, for those of you who have played the original AA trilogy, it's a little different in that there's no court, and we're just walking around and investigating. There's actually points we can walk around instead of it just being pure visual novel dialogue the entire time. Well, you see, Tom, that's why I really spent those 3 years in law school, just so that I could figure out how exactly to do everything streaming related on the up and up. No, not at all. I didn't think about streaming until 2017. I heard Shang-Chi was really good. What game are you talking about, Volpe? The Superstar game? It is easier to just call her Cat, but I think her name has a there's a flow to it that I really like. It's just I'm bad at talking, so I mean, I guess you guys just call me Twain. You don't call me anything that's a part of my channel name, right? And that's fine. It's the rubber glove I dropped. Well, okay, he said the rubber glove. Now, if he was just that's the rubber I dropped, then yeah, we would have some problems here. I'm not a professor at all. I will never be in all likelihood. So no, you don't have to call me that. In these streams, I'm not. Well, if I'm speedrunning, if you really want to call me Professor Twain, then by all means. Then by all means. But normally I'm playing most of these games blind, right? So I can't really call myself a professor. Yeah, you can call me of. God, please don't call me Master. I would be mortified and could never stream again. Hi, Caitlin. Thank you for coming in on Cat's Raid. Much appreciated. Oh god, Baja literally making me like turn red in the face like, oh god. Don't do that, don't do that. I must consume some of this excellent tap water in order to help my body temperature lower itself again just a little bit. Oh, that's some damn good tap water. Woo! Oh, man. My mom always told me we had good tap water on the coast. Lake shore, I guess, is the better way to put that. And I never believed her until I had some of that fucking well water. And now I'm like, yep, you're right. Because that shit was disgusting. Whew. Bah over there on fire now, like, yes, yes, yes. Oh, man. That had to be pretty fun. That'd be pretty funny. Dr. Twain Sama Esquire. That might be worse than Master. Nope. I still think Master's worse. During the animal show, Mr. Soet was applying mud packs to the animals. So then, among those animals, was this polar bear, yes. Prosecutor Edgeworth, there's a huge contradiction in your argument. The security footage... Can I get my sentence out, at least? Judge Courtney, you are quite right. Someone used the mud packs during the animal show. Knowing this, a new contradiction in the video comes to light. A new contradiction? Okay, do you know when this footage was taken? It was after the mud packs were used. That would put it around 9 a.m. In that case, you should notice something strange about this video. Huh? What's strange about it? The strange thing that contradicts the time this video was taken. Oh, this? Take that. The time Summit covered the polar bear in the mud was around 9 a.m., which means this video should also have been taken at 9 a.m. However, the timestamp reads 6 a.m. It started really slow. Once they brought the assassin into it, though, it got a lot more interesting. Oh god, Tom. Oh no. Oh no. Baja is a dad, so you know, if he doesn't already have that joke in his repertoire, it is now assimilated. I just saw what Baja said. He threw in the ooh-woo. Well, I am officially mortified. I am officially mortified. In fact, you know what? I lied this entire time. I'm not an attorney. I am just a grifter on the street. I was able to grift to technology and then do this in the evening. So, no need for formalities anymore. Just your average grifter. Just your average grifter. Yeah. No more need for the masters. Or samas or anything like that. Oh yes. I concede complete defeat here. Yeah, that would be my AA breakdown. Once you've uncovered the truth. No banging on the head, no nothing like that, but just like, it's kind of similar to Phoenix's when he like just buries his head in his hands. On that day, the prisoners went to the courtyard to watch the animal show. At this time, only 3 people remained behind. Dojin in the special cell, Soet in the workroom applying his mud packs, and the one who put his escape plan in motion at that moment, J. Elbird. Sorry, I have to do the pun correct. Elbird left the polar bear and Soet's care and entered the secret tunnel. However, the bear escaped from Soet and followed after its owner. Just as he was chasing after the escaped bear, Soet happened to witness the dog pulling the murder weapon out of the body. I paused for a moment because there hasn't really been anything. Was there anything to suggest the bear escaped other than Soet had to have been able to see what happened there? I might just be forgetting, but I like to feel like that was just kind of thrown in there. Maybe I'm wrong though. If Soet's testimony is correct, this video must have been taken at around 9 a.m. However, the timestamp is off by 3 hours. Why would the timestamp be off like that? Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to examine the security camera. Well, right. So I'm buying that the bear was the one who went through the tunnel and ultimately, you know, attacked Knightley. I just thought it was weird that they were just like, and then he escaped. I guess because that's the only thing that could have happened. Unless Soet was also involved somehow. It's just like, oh no, it escaped. How terrible. I will have to chase after it. But I mean, also given this line of logic, he saw the murdered body and did not expect to see the body there. Okay. I cannot get behind this circular logic, Maxim. Well, Soet had to do the job poorly. Why? Because it's Soet. And he does jobs poorly. I mean, he murders poorly. But do we have any other reason to believe that he's done anything else poorly other than he's a 1-1 villain? He does also pull off the wig poorly. You are correct. Yeah, if you drop that to me on the courtroom, it will throw me off. Like 100%. It's the attorney, you know, Twain, the esteemed attorney Twain-sama over here suggested, I'd be like, kind of mind games is this madman playing on me? What do I do? Suddenly I start second guessing myself, even though it changes absolutely nothing other than he called me Sama. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. I asked all the guards and it seems the camera's power was cut off for a moment, throwing off the timestamp. What? The camera is an old model, so if it loses power, yeah, no shit. The camera is an old model, so if it loses power, the clock stops as well. In that case, this means the camera's power was cut for 3 hours. He said a moment. That is significantly different from a moment, unless you're talking about like a moment in the entirety of time. Then yeah, 3 hours is nothing, but for us, that's a bit of a stretch. While I'm at it, I've got some more information for you, sir. You heard that Knightley denied stealing the key, right? It seems nobody who believed it seems nobody would believe the words of a criminal, but Knightley testified I was knocked out too. That may not necessarily be a lie. All right, later, Ballin. Have a good one. Thanks for coming by on Cat's Raid. If you have a chance to undercook some of your love's veggies the next time you make veggies, just a little bit, I'd take that as revenge. Haha, you thought you were gonna get nice, chewy, well, not chewy, nice, tender, that's what tender, steamed, or cooked veggies. Instead, there is a crunch to them. Deal with it! Now Baja's gonna be on the lookout. I see you did not cook my veggies all the way through. Or he's just a man who enjoys his crunchy veggies and it doesn't matter anyways. My plan was all for naught. A moment is 3 hours to someone? I would like to talk to that someone. It is many moments, yeah. But he just said it was cut off for a moment. I get what you're getting at, though. I understand that line of thought. Yeah, there was a tweet. It had to have been like 3 or 4 years ago, and somebody was like, "If y'all don't eat your chicken medium rare, I don't fuck with you." And he took a picture of his chicken with the inside was raw and the outside was cooked, and God, the comments, hilarious. Replies, I should say. Twitter is great for one thing, and that is hilarious replies for like meme posts or tweets. But yeah, it's like, dude, that you don't no. Cook your chicken all the way through. No, probably not. Probably had to go to witness protection after that fucking shame. Oh, or yes, that as well. Yeah, that's probably a better guess. My. Wait, what was her voice? It was kind of sultry, right? God, go away! Allergies. Go away. Go do something else. Leave me alone for a little bit. My, there you all are. Making progress in your investigation? Can I be of any help? Actually, Warden Roland, there is something we must report to you. The escaped prisoner, J. Elbird, is most likely still inside the prison. He has disguised himself. Here is the proof. The person visible in this security photo is Elbird. So perhaps he's still in this very building. What were those guards doing? That was weird. Oh, man. Come to think of it, did Mr. Elbert have a bracelet like the other prisoners? The bracelet would have been concealed under the uniform sleeves. Moreover, the prisoner's main gate does not have a sensor to detect bracelets. All he would have to do is avoid any doors with sensors inside the prison. That seems like a huge oversight, doesn't it? Like a huge oversight. That's right. So if he didn't enter the cells or the workrooms, could one of you guys be jailbird? Oh, hey. Oh, Rocky! You're telling me that they couldn't look that dude in his face and be like, oh, yeah, you're him. I know the scar is like on top of his head, right? So that's covered by a hat, but fucking that guy has a really distinctive looking face. Maybe that's not him. Maybe the bear just wants to maul this guy. It's possible. Clark Kent fooled everyone with the guard uniform. I don't remember his voice. Stop it. What are you doing? That's not his voice. It would seem that Rocky has answered that question for us. No! Yeah, I mean, he's a very distinctive looking dude, even if you cover his hair. Look at that jawline! Look at that chin! That chin looks like it's a fist coming out to punch me in addition to his other fists. Those cheekbones are so high. That, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't have any eyebrows, which is not common. They probably all have that face. Fair enough. Rocky, this is all your fault. I'll just turn him into Stallone. Which is funny, actually, that his polar bear is named Rocky, because he's a boxer. I don't think I caught that the first time, if that was done intentionally. Yeah, that's true. That you wouldn't think boxing would lead to that sort of scar, right? On the top of the head? Well, I'm happy to see that the chemotherapy didn't hurt his, or he was able to rebound his physical physique so well. The little guy loves you so much, it's enviable. Right then, seize him at once! Wait, there's something we must hear from this prisoner. It's necessary if we are to find the truth. I'd like permission to interrogate him. Understood. What do you want out of me? Elber's escape route is linked to Knightley's cell, so it's highly likely he knows something about the crime. I'd like to ask you about the day the body was found. Why is he even trying to... Dude, you're done. Don't bounce around like that. So, you guys, you're the ones who found my secret tunnel. Took me ages to dig that. Yeah, no, like, duh. What were you gonna say? I dig that in 2 days. Are you impressed? So basically, the only way to have a scar like, well, I won't say the only way to have a scar like that, but The most likely reason you have a scar like that is because your brain was operated on at one point or another. Turnbuckle accident? Is he a WWE wrestler who's like torpedoing himself into the turnbuckle? I don't think I've ever seen not that it hasn't happened, but I'm not sure I can think of a time I've seen a boxer hit their head on the turnbuckle. That would be cool, actually, if he was an additional character, like fight against J. Elbird in the new Punch-Out. Well, apparently didn't cause him paraplegia, because he was able to just escape from prison.
The day the body was found was the day I planned to escape. I was in disguise. Then Rocky followed after me, but he was all covered in mud. I panicked to return to my cell. Damn, if only you guys hadn't shown up, if only Knightley hadn't died.
You say you dug the tunnel. What'd you use to dig it?
Oh, that. Just hammers and spoons, stuff like that. I bought them from the supplier, but it was all for nothing.
No need to lose your temper. There's always next time. On the day of the incident, why isn't he in, like, actual solitary confinement, not in a special cell with, like, everything he ever wants? Or just walks past like, looks like he got something new again today. Wonder how he's doing that. Oh, God. He could have been an underground boxer with like a cage. Yeah, that's true. Just get your head knocked like on the side, like super awkwardly. On the day of the incident, it's possible that Elbird met Knightley while he was alive. I'll have to listen to his testimony carefully. That's true. It really doesn't make sense to continue pondering as to how Dojin exists in the state that he does. Don't really need to rebut that. Don't really need to rebut that either? Okay, we know that's... You didn't consider just making a run for it?
I would have if I could, but the mud would have given me away. And it's not like I get another chance like this.
You mean your face wouldn't have given you away?
So I had to proceed with caution.
In the end, he was exposed by his own bear. It's possible that Elbird met Knightley before he died. But yeah. The mud would have given him away. Did you obtain the guard's uniform from the supplier too?
Yeah, that's right. Seems you got it by threatening a guard. That guy went and stole it from someone's locker.
So when you went through the tunnel, you were already dressed like a guard?
No, to ensure that the clothes wouldn't get stained with mud, I carried them with me. Once I got out of the hole and changed clothes, getting out the cell doors was simple. And that's when Rocky ran up and jumped on me.
That must be the moment the security camera captured. I see. Did you add that to your testimony? Getting out of the cell door was simple, you say? I'm very interested in that too.
Yeah, compared to going through the tunnel, it was very simple. You inhabit a prison, yet you seem to know the layout of the detention center quite well. What's so wrong about that? Sure, I've been in the detention center too. In that case, he should have known about it from the start. When Knightley was in his cell, the door would have been locked. Which means there was one piece of evidence Elbert needed to escape. I feel like this should be really easy, but I don't... I need to look at it again. It's been a while. Bracelet? No, that wouldn't help. This? No, this. You say it was simple getting through the cell door? Yeah, that's right. You got a problem with that? Even though you managed to arrive in at Knightley's cell, opening the door wasn't so simple. How did you intend to unlock the cell door? J. Elbert, you had the key to Knightley's cell. I got nothing like that. That's it. It was open. It was already unlocked when I got there. Indeed, the cell was vacant after Knightley's death. Which is why, at the time we conducted our investigation, it was unlocked. Your successful escape attempt occurred after Knightley's death, so the door would have been open. However, you had tried to escape once before then. Plan was foiled thanks to Rocky. The video shows it. Yes, that was during the animal show before Knightley's death was known. And the cell door was locked because no one knew he was dead. Without the key to Knightley's cell, your escape would have been impossible. It wasn't me.
That's an absurd song, but also absurdly hilarious. Like, she literally caught you in the act, and you're just gonna be like, oh, it wasn't me. That takes some balls, my friend. Or stupidity. Oh. It's been a while! As much as I like that one line comes in my head and I like say that out loud, I don't remember any of the words after that part. Yeah, no, Shaggy was a hip-hop artist. Most popular in the late 90s, early 2000s. God. That means it can't be. It's exactly what you think. In the case of the stolen key, the culprit is... J. Elbert, you were the one who attacked the guard, weren't you? I think it's kind of nice they give them the striped socks to go with the whole ensemble. Paying a little extra for those stripes instead of just the plain white, huh? The guard and Knightley too, in order to steal the cell key. It wasn't me. I don't know any Knightley. After stealing the key, you returned to your cell as a precautionary measure. Then you waited for a time when the prison would be mostly vacant. That was just before Knightley's death became known. In other words, during the animal show. But in the end, the plan was foiled thanks to Rocky. Don't screw with me. If you don't have evidence, I'll still win by decision. Besides, it was that Knightley guy who attacked the guard, right? I think not. Regarding the theft of the keys, Knightley was the victim. This proves Knightley was the victim who was attacked in his cell. What? This? This has Knightley's blood, right? It was Knightley's blood, right? It doesn't actually...
Take that!
He believed me. Yeah, I think it has to say something about Knightley in the description. Oh! In the cell specifically. Right, duh. What's this? I'll be right back. I get some tissue that isn't paper towel that's like absolutely destroying my nose. Just to give you an idea of how self-centered of a child I was, I think there was a question in elementary school. It was like, if you could get rid of any type of affliction in the world, what would it be? And I said, allergies. Not cancer, not AIDS, nothing that actually causes many deaths. Just the thing that I was worried about me at the time. Not that allergies don't cause death. People die from allergies, they do. But that's something that you can at least kind of work around. Unlike, you know, cancer. Yeah, so I'll use toilet paper sometime, but what I'll do is I'll just take a roll out of the package and like put it here or something if I don't have a box of tissue. Because it still feels better on your nose than paper towel, but you never want to use the toilet paper that's right next to you, right? In the bathroom. The two-party system. I mean, I'd get rid of hunger personally, but I guess that just means I'm a better person than you. I mean, we've all had it happen to us. Nothing to be embarrassed about, just unfortunate. What does affliction mean? It is a, what's the word I'm thinking of? For a, not disease, that's too specific. Oh God, what's the word that I'm thinking of? Ailment. Ailment is what I'm thinking of. Definition for ailment is an illness, typically a minor one. Oh, that's interesting. I suppose that makes sense. You don't normally refer to, like, AIDS as an ailment, right? So actually, that wouldn't have been entirely correct, because an affliction can be more than just a minor illness. Something that causes pain or suffering. There you go. That's actually really, that's a really nice, broad, but also succinct way to describe something like I'm trying to describe. You got me there, Twain. Oh, Tom had already said that. Nobody ever suspects the Spanish Inquisition. Okay.
Take that!
It depends on who you'd ask. Somebody that lacks empathy and has never had depression would probably consider it an ailment. Because they'd be like, yeah, it's not even that big a deal. Yeah, okay. Deal with depression, then come back to me. Just get over it, forehead. I think it's a major illness, not a minor one. Yep, because I now experience both mental and physical pain and suffering. It's manifesting itself as just incredibly sharp needle pains to my face as it fills up with blood. Wouldn't that suck if that's how you felt every time you you blushed? Your face turned red? In Knightley's cell, there were traces of his blood, which had been wiped away. I believe this is more than enough proof Knightley was attacked in his cell. You attacked those two people and stole the key, didn't you? Damn. Oh, no, not Pinhead. Just thinking about that dude's... No, I'm not thinking... Wait, that's Hellraiser, right? Pinhead? Just thinking about that dude's, design. Just thinking about people having acupuncture needles, which they do voluntarily and it's supposed to feel good, at least after the fact, fills me with... I'm like, nah, Nope, looks like I'll just have body pain for the rest of my life then. You could be right. When I think of Pinhead, I think about the dude from Hellraiser, but I don't remember if his name was Hellraiser or... It is Hellraiser, yeah, okay. Well, no, if it was actually my child calling me that, that'd be fine. I've wondered sometimes, what will I be? Will I be a father sort of guy? A dad? Daddy? Papa? Those are the main four, right? Pops? I could be a Pops. Where daddy has been ruined for me by the internet. Yeah, I could see that. Pa? Pa's a good one. I will not be a sir. I know people that call their parents, well, at least their dad, sir. I think that's a little too formal. But yeah, a pa's definitely a possibility too. That's just more of a southern thing though, right? Hey there, pa. Maybe, I guess in the Midwest. Yeah. Peepaw? Is that a thing? Oh, I'd do that too in jest, for sure. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'll get right on that. I mean, if I were Spanish, that would make sense. Oh yeah, they use that as a form of control. You may call me sir. Da. Da. Maybe I'll just be Dada my whole life. I hope not. So what's the difference between Papa and Papi? The formality? I call my dad Dad. My wife expects me to call him father sometimes because he calls me son. And she thinks that's just the cutest fucking thing ever. Okay. I would be fine with that. As long as it's like in the privacy of our home. Because I know the type of like ringer a kid could get put through if anyone heard that they called their dad Dada. Right? You worry about that. You're like, I don't want you to you can say that to me, don't say it to them though, because I don't want you feeling bad about it. Papa. Gotcha. I'll switch it up between mom and mother sometimes if I'm like telling a story or something or just referencing her. The only time I call her mother, though, is yes, when I'm being sarcastic. Yes, mother. I guess that just makes me really strange.
I thought you'd find the bloodstain I wiped with the newspaper.
Oh, yeah, because dry newspapers are just known for their, God, I can't think tonight. Eat more of this bang. Absorbent capabilities. Why did you go through all the trouble wiping the bloodstain?
On the heads of Nightly and the guard, there were obvious signs of a scuffle, you know. If the bloodstains were uncovered, they'd find out there was another attacker. If anyone looked around the bed, the tunnel I dug would have been discovered. Actually, anybody with 2 eyes that were functioning should have been able to see the hole under the bed that an entire human being can fit through. Father? Yes, father. Whatever you say, father. My dad would get so mad if I did that. So you were trying to buy more time for your escape attempt, but I'm afraid to say your plan still ended in failure. The hole was also dressed as a guard. Now then, hand over the keys to Nightly's cell. What'd the bear do? That was really fast. That bear moved at like lightning speed. No way, how could an amateur like you knock me out? Here, I got the keys right here.
It's not like he's going anywhere. He'll just remain here for even longer. Hold it. If you have that key, then that means... That's right, Judge Courtney. You reasoned that Knightley stole the key and used it to leave his cell. From there, he entered Mr. Key's cage and was moved to the workroom. However, the very foundation of that hypothesis has collapsed. Oh, I honestly thought that was just assumed throughout the course of our argument. I didn't even think we had to address that anymore. Ah! How? I see, in that case. There was only one person who could have moved Knightley. The criminal must have been someone who knew about the secret tunnel.
Hey, are you suggesting...
J. Albert, you're under arrest, pal.
Wait, I didn't do nothing. Sure, I knocked out those two guys, then I stole the keys. And after that, I waited for the perfect time to enter that guy's cell, but the cell was empty then. There was no dead body either. And also, how could I have gotten into the workroom? I couldn't even leave my own cell, right?
It's true, you only had the key to Knightley's cell, but there's also Dojin's dog. What? It'd be possible for the dog to carry the body from the cell to the workroom. I see, so you're saying there was an accomplice. Oh, who would have thought that allowing an assassin to keep his dog that is known to murder people would end up being a part of a murder in the prison in which they allow the dog to stay with his assassin master. Whoever could have seen that possibility? Not the judge, yeah, right? Emotional support assassin. Oh, God. Why did it happen? The crime would have been possible if Albert and... Oh, the crime would have been possible if Albert and Dojin were working together. It's perfectly plausible. Somehow, Albert managed to carry Knightley's body to his own cell. And then the dog must have carried it to the workroom. Yes, because all the animals can move freely in the prison. But that's not the case for the path between the detention center and the prison. The only one who could use that route was you, J. Albert.
What if there's another route that you know about?
There couldn't have been. The tunnel is a straight path, is it not?
Yeah, seems like it. I didn't have enough time to dig any more than I did. I only dug halfway up the corridor.
What? You mean to say that you didn't dig the entire tunnel?
When I got to that cell, the tunnel was already there. There was a tunnel linking my cell to the well. Looking down the well from the courtyard, there's no mistaking it. They've always been connected. I just continued the tunnel with my digging.
What was that hole doing there in the first place?
Who knows? Maybe the inmate dug it in and attempt to escape.
Or maybe the animals dug it. Maybe they wanted to drink from the well? That's highly doubtful. There's a lot of things that are highly doubtful here, though.
There's no water in that well anymore. It's all dried up. Wait a minute. That's it. For some reason, that well gave off a nice scent.
A nice scent?
I don't know what it was, but it smelled sweet, like candy.
This scent, I believe we've come across it before. Who smelled nice?
Take that!
It's just a really poorly run prison. Knightley's body was giving off a sweet candy-like scent. We used a police dog to track that scent. That led us to discover the tunnel. By any chance, could this be the same scent as well? As the well? Prosecutor Edgeworth, I know what you're trying to say. that the scent proves the body was carried down through the tunnel. Exactly. And J.L. Bird, you are the only one who could have used the tunnel. Thank you. Mr. Elbert, I am very grateful to you. At last the truth comes to light. Mr. Elbert, wouldn't it be wise to confess now? To being an accomplice, I mean.
Tell me even you suspect me too.
Judge Courtney, it seems you and I have come to the same conclusion. Not at all. Our thoughts on this matter are still quite different. Mr. Elbert was certainly an accomplice, but an accomplice to Horace Knightley.
Hold it!
What do you mean? Mr. Elbert did not move the body. He simply lent the victim his keys. What? I love her gown. I'd be like, wow, nice. That's awesome. It would seem Mr. Elbert did indeed strike Mr. Knightley on the head. I mean, Knightley's head is big because he's so tall. He's a huge dude. However, Mr. Knightley was not knocked out. The two must have made a little negotiation. A negotiation? For Mr. Knightley's escape plan to work, he would have had needed the keys to his cell. So Mr. Elbert stole them from the guard. Oh yeah, so he knocked him over the head. There was blood everywhere that he had to wipe up. He said he knocked him out. Which hurts his case as far as being the murderer is concerned. On the other hand, for Mr. Elbert to escape, he needed to get to Mr. Knightley's cell. But if Mr. Knightley had seen him and yelled, the plan would have gone down the drain. Oh, is he 6? Oh god, he's not even that tall. I thought he was huge. See, yeah, she looks cool. She doesn't look like a Santa Claus sort of thing. That's just a little over the top. Although it would make me feel more at ease. Because at any time, I think they could just go, ho, ho, ho. Excellent argument. Fair verdicts to all, and to all a fair verdict. And so they negotiated.
I didn't negotiate nothing.
Oh, you still intend to deny it? I see. So in other words, we're back where we started. Not really at all, in fact. Mr. Elbert opened the cell door. Mr. Knightley entered Mr. Key's cage. And then he was moved into the prison. Of course! And then he was killed in the prison workroom! Weren't you listening? The scent on the body shows it must have been moved through the tunnel. Knightley was moved from the detention center through the tunnel. Please wait until someone is finished before speaking. I do not claim that he wasn't. There it is. There it is. There it is. She is 100% practiced in law. I have definitely said things like this. On stream, in fact. If I saw her specifically, I would think she wouldn't be fit to be a judge. Considering she seems to literally treat the law like religion. I think that tends to cloud her judgment. Like, she's still hanging on to this really bad line of reasoning. Yo, what's up, Miles? I do not claim that he wasn't moved through the tunnel. Gotta learn how to use that double negative tact in a tactically sound situation. She does not believe in legal positivism. Correct. Correct. as far as I understand the principle now after you guys explained it to me.
I did not claim that I didn't. I don't claim that I did not say that I stepped on cats.
What? That sentence? What the fuck?
You don't? The scent shows that the body was moved through the tunnel. However, that does not mean it came from the detention center. What do you mean? That sure sounds like a contradiction to me. Isn't there one more possibility? The well in the courtyard. It's possible the body was dropped down from there. The courtyard? Ah, the well in the courtyard! Mr. Keys carried the cage not to the workroom, but to the courtyard.
No, didn't you hear my sentence? I do not step on cats. I would never step on cats. Although I did say that when I meant to say spiders once. That would have been an embarrassing time to get raided by cat.
Mr. Knightley was killed in the courtyard and his body was dropped down.
"10 minutes before stream. I'm going to be able to catch the beginning of stream. 13 hours later. No! Or 3 hours later. Yo, what's up, Inferno? Thank you for the $5. Much appreciated. I do not ever won't or will not step on cats. Oh, man. Don't worry. You still got another 2 hours-ish. Maybe more.
Mr. Knightley was killed in the courtyard and his body was dropped down the well.
And what evidence you have that he was killed in the courtyard? Just because you believe he was dropped down the well? That doesn't work. Like, am I the only one this is making head explode? Like, she's using one conclusion that she hasn't proven yet to draw another conclusion. Nah, see, Baja could have been a lawyer if he wanted to be. Of course, he chose to save lives and all that, but... Any underfoot cat was completely incidental to my having been walking. So at worst, the event has been mitigated. This isn't a matter of guilty until proven innocent. This is just a logically bad argument. Yeah, we were talking about spiders. Then something about cats came up, and then I got mixed up.
And then the body at the bottom of the well was moved by Mr. Dojan's dog.
Oh, it's a cool track.
Now, there's one thing I'd like you all to remember. Before the body was discovered, what was happening in the courtyard? The animal show, right? Regina and Simon were there.
Wait, Simon? Ah! Yes, this is Prime arguing just for the sake of arguing. She hasn't found like this contradiction in our argument and now we have to overcome it. She's simply saying, oh no, he was just an accomplice and here's why. So if you presented these two arguments to a jury, which one do you think would win? Yeah, it was. I mean, like his character definitely deserved a spinoff for sure. Sure, they make sense in that they could have happened, but one of them has conclusions that are based on other conclusions that have not been proven. So just because she came up with a possible scenario that could theoretically have happened, that doesn't make it a good. That doesn't make it a good argument. Edgeworth's argument at this point is significantly more sound than hers. And lawyers just walk out like, hey. Well, the defense attorneys. Prosecutors aren't getting paid anymore for that. The defense attorneys will, though. That's not to suggest that they intentionally fuck up trials just to have another trial and get paid more. But if they were continued to be retained, then they would be paid more. I see you understand. Who then dropped the body down the well? You haven't proven that the Judge Courtney, she is a tough opponent. Her flexible way of thinking enables her to adapt and come up with her own deductions. This is the understatement of the game so far. This was so tactfully said by Edgeworth. This is how you dress up a shit sandwich. Her flexible way of thinking enables her to adapt and come up with her own deductions.
I'm glad you're having fun.
This is ironic because she's decidedly inflexible. She can't see any other truth behind the conclusions she had already come up with. Well, I mean, I'm talking about this line specifically, Trep. Like, Edwards is trying to be nice. This is like the nicest possible way to describe what she's doing. Thank you to, is it Gilad? For the sub. Much appreciated. Hey, that's exactly what a judge is not supposed to do. As much as I hate on the other judge, he is open to all the possibilities. Perhaps a little too much, in that basically it's the person with the last word and gets the, you, yes. Yes. You said the last thing, thus I believe you. Mr. Knightley was not carried to the workroom, but to the courtyard. And Mr. Keyes was off stage for 15 minutes. This was when he dropped Mr. Knightley down the well. It's as simple as that. Judge Courtney, your reasoning is sound, I'll admit that. He's just trying to be nice. I mean, the scenario is possible. That's what I would have said. However, let's say the body was dropped down the well. That didn't have to be done during the show. Could have happened at a different time. Unfortunately for you, Prosecutor Edgeworth, that is not possible. What? When the show started, Mr. Elbert was in the tunnel on his way to the cell block. Mr. Elbert, at that time, did you happen to see a body in the tunnel?
Nope, nothing like that.
Ugh. So if the body had been dropped before the show, Mr. Elbert would have seen it. However, he has stated he did not see a body. So it is impossible to think the body was dropped before the show. And after the show, the body was discovered in the workroom. See? That's a good argument. That is a good argument. She used reasoning there. It's too bad, like, most of the rest of her argument has none of that. Yeah, right. This is the position for her, not on the actual bench. In other words, the body being dropped down the well and then moved to the workroom could only have been done during the show. It's more of an inquisitor than a judge. And the only one who could have done it is Simon Keyes. Oh! Mr. Edgeworth, what should we do? The body was moved through the well. That does put Mr. Keyes at a major disadvantage. However, the notion that the body was moved through the well is only a hypothesis. That doesn't mean there is evidence. I am obligated to recognize that fact. Of course you fucking are. Will you allow me to investigate the courtyard once more? I give my approval in the name of the goddess of law. Reinvestigating the courtyard, I fear this may be our final chance. Oh, what? That... Oh. Fire! Could be another prison break, pal. Should we evacuate? Everyone, please remain calm. This is just the signal for the evening meal. It's a little loud, so I can understand why you'd be surprised. It sure scared me. I'm terribly sorry, and with that, everyone, please return to your posts. Wait, where'd the other guard come from? I guess she just had him come in while everything else was happening. J. Elbert, it's time for you to return to your room. Yeah, let's put him back in the room that has the tunnel in it. Warden Roland, we will be proceeding to the courtyard for another investigation. It's time for you to go home as well, Mr. Edgeworth. Looks like we're out of time. Why don't you continue this another time? But the investigation? Today's been a big day, right? With the escaped prisoner and all. So I'm afraid I can't let outsiders like you loiter around any longer. What, so we can continue to see how badly you run this prison? Well, right, there were two guards. And so they outed one of them. So then he moved over here. And at that time, another guard must have came in. But we don't notice that until that point. This is my decision as the warden of this prison. Looks like it can't be helped. The warden's word cannot be called... the warden's word can be called the law of the prison. Her prison? Not of the land, though. Prosecutor Edgeworth just means we will have to carry out our investigation another day. Until then, you may hold on to your prosecutor's badge. And with that, I leave you. Oh, I think it's time you all left. Well, it looks like we'll have to continue the investigation tomorrow. Oh, there certainly won't be anything that's tampered with or moved around by then. Knightley's body was dropped down the well and was carried to the workroom from Mr. Elbert's cell. This is Judge Courtney's logic, but is it correct? And Judge Courtney claims that Mr. Keyes transported him, but Was Mr. Keyes really the only one with a chance to move him? Mr. Edgeworth, let's do our best tomorrow. We have to save Simon no matter what. Indeed, I agree. I must prove Mr. Keyes' innocence without fail. Yeah, and I'm here too! Oh, hell yeah, let's hoop. The courtyard. Depending on what we find here, the entire incident could become clear. However, there's nothing left here. Yesterday. One v one you. It wouldn't work out very well. I'm horribly out of shape. You wouldn't be able to stop anything I do in the post, but I would also not be able to keep up with you in the slightest. So if you just got the ball first, I wouldn't get the ball back. This can be the decisive clue that we need to reach the truth of the matter. Before I continue with the investigation, I should organize my evidence. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Hey, there's a grate over here! Well, this one drive, Joe. They even put a lock on it. Lockpicking is one of my specialties. Want to see? There's absolutely no need for you to show off. Oh, come on! Don't be like that! Whoa! What happened, Kay? The lock is broken. Judging from the looks of it, feels like it was broken some time ago. So the lock was broken. This means that anyone could have dropped the body down this well. I'm starting to think it was the warden. I always had like a little bit of a suspicion early on, but I didn't have much reason to suspect. But her shooing us away was a little sus. We'll see. Tom, I have the advantage of height. Which means even if I weren't skilled at all, I'd still be sought after on the playground. But it is nice to have that skill too. I just don't have the endurance anymore at all. So, when I became, as I aged and became slower, that's when I developed my post moves. More of an outside guy before. Now I have the post moves to go along with it. Was there another Among Us? Good God. I wasn't even paying attention that time. According to Judge Courtney's reasoning, Mr. Keyes murdered Knightley in the courtyard. And then, during the show, he disposed of the body in the well. You think so? Did he really use the well to move the body? I know! Let's get Missile to help us out again! He should be able to track the scent of the body. Good idea. Let me contact Detective Gumshoe. Oh, it's because I said sus? You guys know sus existed before Among Us, right? God. tennis. That tennis is the one I think I'd be most interested in watching. That out of those three sports, I think gives you the best chance to show off your athleticism. It is associated with it. I'm just saying that's not the only thing that has to come to mind. Maybe I should just say suspect then, so there's no need to yell among us. Yes, sir, Detective Gumshoe here. Detective, I have a favor to ask of you. We would like for you to bring Missile to the prison courtyard. Sounds like you need the help of one of my 7 secret weapons again, sir. Huh? Yeah? Yeah, sir? Yeah? Huh? Missile belonged to the police department. And also, I would like for you to contact a witness. Please contact Regina Barry of the Barry Big Circus and bring her here. Roger that, sir. I'll bring them over in a flash. So what should we do while we wait for Gummy? How about some hide and seek? Huh, what are you talking about, Kay? There's nowhere to hide here. I don't think that is the issue. Hey, during times like this, isn't it your turn to shine? Oh, that! You want me to recreate the crime scene? Huh? How do you do that? Thief yourself! The great thief's secret weapon! Little thief! Chaos Emerald! Whoa, what's that? Screens floating in midair? Just what are you doing, Kay? I'm entering the information needed for the simulation. Mr. Shields, this little thief is a tool that can recreate a crime scene based on the information it is given. It might actually be the most technologically advanced item in this world. Should I set it for how this place was like when we came here yesterday? No, Kay. Set it for what it was a week ago. Yes! I believe they were in the middle of taking down the set. We didn't pay enough attention to the well, so it's possible we may have missed a clue. Leave it to me! I took a picture of the place too! I like her music. It is very comically ninja-esque. There, and there! Data entry complete. Now to set the projection to maximum output. Dark skies of evening when no other bird dares take wind, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of the real, modern-day Robin Hood. Oh, it doesn't have the Chaos Emerald anymore. What just happened? I recreated the courtyard from yesterday, you fucking moron. What does it look like? Based on the information I entered. I was gonna say, I would agree with you, but it seems like they decided to do that on their own. In which case, that's their choice? Like, maybe that was their way of having fun with it because they knew they'd hate it otherwise. I mean, think about it. That makes some logical sense, right? if you're not good at something and you know you're not good at something and you're not going to like, it's like, I'm just never going to be good at it. So if I play, I'm going to mess up. And you play with other people that are really good and you worry about being the people that are going to fuck it up. I can see why you would decide to then go, hey, let's just all get together so we don't have to worry about like disappointing the people that are any good and actually care. And we'll just have our own fun. There's logic behind why they would do that. Again, as long as that was their choice. No, you were right. The original post did not imply that. It was his follow-up that told me that he did it when he said we won one game in 2 years. That led me to believe that it was something they did. The first post did not. I agree. I was like, did the teacher do that or something? They don't like the slang. No, they don't. It's like they intentionally don't keep up with any slang. Because they don't want that affecting their courtroom in the slightest.
This is a tool the previous Yatagarasu used. It's a device to run simulations to practice stealing things. But used in this manner, we can inspect the crime scene as well as as it was in the past. See, they're Mew, except with regards to thieving. Mew makes all these ridiculously amazing adventures, but can only think of bodily fluids when she is putting them together. These people can only think of how are we gonna steal something from someone with these types of inventions. Oh, but it's still only a recreation based on what information we have. I can't recreate what I don't have information for. If my information is incorrect, the recreation could come out strange too. In this case, since Kay had the photo, there should be no problems.
She had an entire overhead view of the... Okay. I guess the part we really only care about at this point is the well, though. So if she had a clear photo of the well, then that's fine. Now let's begin the investigation. Oh no, the basketball court's gone. Can we get rid of this stage at least? Since it's a recreation, you can examine things just like you always do. I know, Kay, we did this before. Yeah. Yes, I know. We literally did this, like, several times. First, I should start with that well. Let's examine the area around the well. It holds the key to this case. I thought it was weird that we had this look and we didn't nook and cranny it. Tom's absolutely correct. It is the boomer of the... It's just the boomer of the professional world. So behind on technology, generally antiquated thinking. It's embarrassing. I don't think I've ever heard an attorney say ain't. That is unfortunate for them. In fact, I don't think I've ever worked with an attorney that had bad grammar. Bad grammar, yes, but not slang like that. That seems, at the very least, it's incredibly rare here. That is very unfortunate. I would expect to be called out. All right, later, easy. Take it easy. I always get myself in trouble when I say that. See you later, easy. Take it easy. Have a good night, dude. Parties have done that before, definitely. Like, they try to talk, and for the most part, judges, I think, try to adjust to the way the client, because unlike attorneys who we have a great deal of schooling, you can't really hold the parties to that same standard. They might not have had the same level of schooling. So the judge can't really treat them the same way. So if the judge can't understand you, they might call you out on it. But as long as they can understand what you're saying, they generally won't say anything. To the parties involved, not the attorneys. Oh God. Yeah, see, you don't do that. I don't care how familiar you are with each other. Well, I mean, given that he decided to do that in the first place, I would believe his social awareness level is very low. So it doesn't surprise me they didn't get the hint, unfortunately. Let's examine the area around the well. It holds the key to this case. The well's behind the stage. That means only a few people would have had to go through all the 3 voices there. Only a few people would have had access to dump the body in the well during the performance. This isn't looking good for Mr. Keys. There are some pulleys here. They don't appear to be the pulley that was used to lift the bucket from the well. It's a sturdy hemp rope. Looks like the rope they used for tug-of-wars. It looks like the type of rope they use for tug-of-wars. I'm not going to play tug-of-war with you. I didn't even say anything yet! There's a metal stake attached to the end of the rope. You use these to pin down the tent when you go camping. Doesn't seem like they'd need this for the performance. I wonder what it was used for. Oh, which could still be considered, running a red, right? But if we're talking about running a red, we're thinking they went well after it turned red, as opposed to like rolling stop right turn or whatever. Or you're already in the left turn lane and it's yellow, but you have to wait for the last car to go through. So then you turn while it's on red, but you're in the middle of the street, so you had to. Like, nobody's really gonna get called out for that. I mean, you get called out for rolling stop turn sometimes, but that kind of, don't stop. It's against the law. You said that, Tom? I have never had a judge that I think would have said anything remotely close to that in a hearing. Like, I wouldn't even think it'd be possible. That's fucking hilarious, though. So they weren't all 420 blaze it then. Nah, you're not. Good times. Good times. I love people talking differently. Makes them more interesting. If everybody sound the same, everybody would be like, there'd be nothing just innate about your speech that would differentiate you from anyone else. So it'd be dull. You know how much harder I'd have to concentrate on what people were saying. $43 likes. Oh, a lot of credits. Okay, so 50, 150, 300. Wait. Got 150, 300, 500. 720, 750, 1,050. Oh. It doesn't work if you don't use the exclamation point. That is not the exclamation point. There we go. This is a metal weight. It weighs... It's hard to see in the recreation, Kay. Do you remember? I think it was 33 pounds. Wow, that's a really good memory. Especially given that you could barely make out what it says. I wonder what such a heavy thing was used for. Doesn't seem to be directly related to the circus. These things around the well, what were they used for? They don't seem to be related to the animal show. I agree. You can ask Miss Barry about it later. Do we have to? Yeah, probably. He uses kilogram weights. Oh, so that was just like a rider or something? I think that's a fair question. I think a lot of people think all hearings are trials, or like there are only trials. I mean, like, if you, like, for example, if the only thing you've ever played was Phoenix Wright, by the way, I didn't address this earlier, but I was supposed to go get my suits back from the cleaners today, and I just didn't, so that's why I'm still in his shirt. I just didn't feel like it. I was in my jammies, doing my work from home, feeling good, getting stuff done. And then it was like 6, and I'm like, ah, shit, I gotta get to the dry cleaner soon. And I was like, I'll go tomorrow. I'll go tomorrow. Yeah, and I think it would blow a lot of people's minds that you could have fact-finding hearings that aren't trials. At least, not in the strictest sense, right? You could call it trial in its basic sense, but when you compare Kay to some of the other assistants, even though she doesn't always take everything seriously, she's got a good brain. Yeah, I definitely think she's like the smartest of our assistants. Except maybe Francisca, but you don't really have Francisca for that long. Maya's charm is in her humor and her emotional reactions. Whereas Kay is like often actively helpful. And then Trucy's also useful in kind of different ways. So, like, they all have their own uniqueness to them, which is good. Yeah, Emma... I guess Emma was more like Kay. Because if I remember correctly, Emma was... Her input was a lot more useful. And it was mostly because she was a character who was trying to learn, so she would actually ask questions or try to provide her input. Like it was a part of her learning, which makes sense. Trep Pearl is the least intelligent individual that we've had. Now, of course, We're comparing Maya to, what, an 8-year-old? She's so young, it's like, do we even bother? But, I mean, I think Pearl's been our assistant enough times that we must consider her. As opposed to, again, like Francisca, who was only our assistant for a small bit of time. Didn't we have Gumshoe as an assistant for a very short period of time? But I mean, yeah, it basically seems to be established law in this universe that your assistant must be a female. Because you are a male. Yeah, I thought so. I thought Gumshoe was with you for a little bit. Yeah. It was just different because he wasn't an assistant, like say Gumshoe, who was an assistant outside of court. But yeah, he served the same function when you were in court, yes. So yeah, that would count too. Apollo was really Phoenix's assistant. I mean, basically. It's been a little while. Gotta watch this. It's been a while! It's the 6969 hat. It's really unfortunate that the hat, that the design has it on the other side, right? Because like I'm looking, I normally have to look this way. Unless I just change it up. I could just change it up and have myself on the right side. There wouldn't really be any reason I couldn't do that. Like that, double negative. Ha. But I'm just used to, because of my old setup, I was always used to looking this way. This way. Now with my new setup though, I'm actually looking that way. Hobo Twain. Just once I'd like to ride one of these bad boys down a hill. Oh, she's saying the same thing. Okay. A little lazy from the game, but at least you know it serves a function. Say that we don't really need to be worried about the stuff that really doesn't have anything to do with it, because they'll just say the same stuff. Okay, so I'm guessing I just gotta put the logic together. Yeah. I didn't think so. That's why I thought I maybe needed to look around a little more to find something else. Because, like, the weight has to be a counterbalance, right? But that doesn't actually explain... Oh, what's this back here? What was the elephant's name again? She's a steak, the Asian elephant. I just realized this. Mystique is really small. Like, she's the size of a horse. A wide horse, but a horse. All right, take it easy, Nick. Hey, have a good one. Bum simulation? That sounds awful. More of a Sherlock Watson pair, yeah. Which, I mean, makes sense because Edgeworth's a lot smarter than Phoenix, so that dynamic feels a little more natural. Where if you gave Phoenix somebody that was too smart, they would just outshine him. Hey, Lob, how's it going? I've heard a few people say that it's their favorite game now. So, I mean, I believe it. I'm looking forward to playing it. Dwarf elephants? Oh, I didn't know those were a thing. Well, okay, but she's supposed to outshine. But that's... Okay, I'm not going to rant about that. I ranted about it throughout the course of 3, I think. Yeah, no, I mean, you guys can give me your feedback on whether you like the game. Just don't go into details. I mean, people hype this game up. They really hype this game up. But I don't think it's going to affect my judgment one way or another, other than I'm looking forward to playing it. But I can look forward to playing something and it can be great. I can look forward to something and it can be disappointing. What, the greenness? You talking about, Maxim? Right, yeah. That still follows they have to be the opposite sex of the person that you are, right? Good lord. Okay, that's not what I thought Bum Simulator would have entailed. Well, it's good, because I don't want an explanation. I just want to experience it myself. But I don't mind people telling me how they felt about it. Trep over here being difficult again. Oh, the hat. I seem smarter? It's the hat. It's the hat. It's all the hat. Of course, you would disagree. No, I like that we have like a resident contrarian. I don't want everybody to agree. To me, that's boring. Oh, that's probably the lawyer talking. And it's like, if everybody agreed, we could have like world peace or some shit, but it's just, if we just all agree and are yes men, yes, I agree. How interesting is that? Resident, contrarian, and innocent good boy. Oh, in 1 versus 2, you're saying? You just prefer 2 versus 1? Wait, you said you didn't like it. Wait, no, what did you say? Isn't that good? Okay, I guess isn't that good means you say it's good, just not that good. Although, I know this is probably confusing to the people internationally, but for you non-Americans, maybe non-Canadians too, it might be a thing in Canada, I'm not sure. When you say not that good, it normally means it's bad. Or like neutral at best. Even though the statement itself implies that it could still be good, just not that good. As good as other people are saying that it is. Oh, did I rank them? 1, 3, 2. No, right. No, I know what you meant. I'm just saying, like, if I said that to another person here, that's how we would have taken it. That's just what I'm clarifying. But I get what you're saying. But we'll see. I think I'm gonna revisit the case tier list once I'm done putting together the trials and tribulations VODs, because then I'll have looked at each case twice. I think I rushed through the first one a little fast. I'd like to dedicate a little more time to my explanations on the cases, and then that kind of gives you an idea of which game I like the most. Kind of use that as a benchmarker for how I enjoy the games the most. I mean, so I haven't really put Apollo Justice next to the other three in my head yet. So I'd have to think about that. Yeah, I'd have to think about that. It's probably fourth. But not because it's a bad game, it's just not as good as the other three. I'd have to think about that, though. I do think Justice for All's soundtrack is very good. Definitely a highlight of that game. Because I honestly, like, there were certain tracks that made an impression on me in the first game, but I'll say that's one of the least memorable parts of the first game. For me. As opposed to Justice for All. I remember the soundtrack for Justice for All. Yeah, I'm putting out the 1.5 case VOD before I put out the Trials and Tribulations VODs, so don't have to worry about that. Oh, that's right, it's an easy name to remember. Maybe they couldn't think of a good name, so they gave her a name that's easy to remember. Mr. Edgeworth, what a terrible thing to say about poor Astique. That's all the information we can gather for now. The detective should be here soon, too. Okay, go ahead and shut down Little Thief. All right, returning the area to normal. Now let's play basketball. Now that's interesting. We know who it is. He said sir at the end. Like I said, I'm pretty sure this is an NBA regulation three-point line, which is 23 feet, which is a lot further away than the international and the high school / college level. But that's the international paint. As in the area right in front of the basket, because it's like more of like a trapezoid instead of just a rectangle, like in the NBA. It's like they mix the two together. That makes sense because we are in Japanifornia. It would have sense to have elements of both. Nice touch, game. Nice touch. Not sure. I'm feeling pretty good. We're at what, 3 hours? So longer than 4. I just don't know how much longer than 4. In fact, in anticipation of potentially going longer than our standard 4 hours, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Because then I won't have to worry about like that later. When the break could then also be longer because I waited, a longer time to take care of it. There's nothing playing right now, right? Alright, hold on. Let me give you guys some tunes. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom. Okay. Let's keep her going. Music from Stream Beats Lo-Fi Official on Spotify. Put together by Harris Heller, who runs Senpai Records? Senpai something. His own music label. They create music and put them on Spotify for streamers to use royalty-free. Truly a company of the people. Streamers, at least. No, not sponsored at all. I just think it's really cool. and more people should use it. The more people that use it, the more music they'll be able to put together and provide. I am not going to play the Wellerman. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Hey, speak of the gummy! I'm just so glad we didn't start with the fucking... Detective Gumshoe, that was quick. Couldn't keep you waiting for too long, sir. Thanks for coming along too, Regina.
No problem. It sounded like fun, so I skipped practice to come here.
You know, now that I think about it, Lana's voice was bad, is the worst. But I'm surprised more people didn't complain about Regina's voice. Cause that's like similarly way off. I know some people did complain, but not nearly as many as the Lana voice. Cause it's 2-3. Yeah, that's how you know people don't care about Regina. Yeah, no one cares. Fair enough. Thank you for your cooperation. It is amazing how you can continue jumping up and down on those heels. First, Detective, let's have Missile do some tracking. No problem, sir. Hey, Missile! Over here, pal. Hey, what's eating you? Hey, what's eating you, pal? I said over here. What's the matter? It looks like he's scared of something, sir. Ah! Alligator! I guess he's scared of the alligator, sir. Yeah, no shit. You all should be scared of the alligator. Because there's no way that sorry attempt at a fence is keeping him out of any location. Good grief. Looks like Missile won't be much help to us. So what do we do, Miles? Maybe we can ask Miss Barry for help.
What is it? What is it? Is there something I can do? Do you want me to teach Allie a trick?
Actually, she probably could. No, I just need you to tell me about the condition of the courtyard during the show. It's like it's my time to shine again. Yes, if you please. No, most people that do the complaining are people that watch the not the VOD cuts, but just like the full VODs. Those actually still, I mean, they're in the K of views. So I guess I would have expected more complaints. Not nearly as much as the first game, but yeah, it's kind of surprised. I still like her voice more though. I'm obviously doing it again. because fuck 2-3 and fuck every character in it. Except for Max. Max is okay. Yeah, nobody wants to think about these dates with this underage, traumatized girl. All right, that should do it. I'm standing up to standing up to the recreation. I'm starting up the recreation now. Recreation complete. This time you can see how the courtyard was during the animal show. This should be around the time the body was dropped down the well.
Oh, wow, cool, just like magic. Hey, it's not magic. I just recreated the scene based on the information you gave us. See? Look over there.
The backstage area is missing.
Well, Regina didn't help with the preparation, so doesn't really know how it was set up.
I get it. You can't recreate what you don't have the information for, huh? That's actually what she told you like 10 minutes ago.
I'm sorry, it's because Simon took care of everything up. Took care of setting everything up.
Don't worry yourself, none. Regina Pie, Miles is the one at fault here. Why me?
Mr. Edgeworth, I've recreated the show in progress. But I can also change it to how it was earlier when it was being taken down.
I see, so we can examine the courtyard during the show and after the show. We can freely switch between the two different states. To change the recreation, select Little Thief on the Oh, are you talking to me now, Edgeworth? Now, let's begin the investigation. He's the...
A love story between an elephant and a tiger. I really wanted to see that.
I also wanted to see Simon in action.
Simon is really amazing, especially the part where he gets blown away.
Blown away? That's the scene in question. You know how long he was gone from the stage?
Let me think. About 15 minutes ago.
It's just as Judge Courtney said. But isn't it dangerous to be blown away by an elephant?
It's alright, a snake is very gentle.
That's not who we're worried about here.
During the first few practices, he was having trouble getting blown away. And all of a sudden, he was able to be sent flying beautifully. He might be using some sort of device, but it's amazing.
A device? You know anything about it?
I have no idea. Simon handled it all by himself.
Yeah. I like Simon a lot, but it's also because I gave him the Tommy Wiseau voice, and that makes him more humorous. I think Jay Elbert's an okay character. Solid, I thought. It's actually been performing pretty well here for a character that we didn't really get that much of in 1-1. The assassin's cool. Evil. But, yeah, kind of a cool character. Okay, the alligator should still be here. Did she steal second place? At this point in time, we still don't have enough information about the area.
That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. Please steal some information.
I don't steal information, I obtain it through my investigation and logic.
I prefer to act first before thinking.
You may act before thinking as long as you don't interfere with the investigation. I wouldn't want to arrest you. Oh, this crate was empty in the recreation earlier.
That's right. It was also empty in the picture I took. I'm sorry, that information is wrong.
What do you mean?
This crate contained Astique's food. In the morning on the day of the show, all the apples were gone. I totally forgot about that. I'm sorry.
Missing apples, huh? I should make a note of it. See you later, Tara. How is she still thinking this? Speaking of alligator, though, I cannot unsee this alligator face in the, like, snake alligator face in the bottom right part of the cloth jumble.
Her stomach wasn't feeling very well yesterday. I'm worried. Aren't you all worried too? Oh, right?
Yeah, whatever. Thistle is a good dog. Okay, it's the same. Oh, we had way more than I thought we did. Okay, Mr. Keyes used a device for his stunt. Maybe the tools around the well are connected to this? Hey, I'd like to recheck the tools lying around the well yesterday. Can you change the recreation to the after the show scene? Roger. Well, of course. We enjoy these games. Impeccable taste. The tools lying around the well. Could they have been part of his device?
Seems very likely. I wonder if it's possible to recreate the device.
Yes, Mr. Keyes, he should be able to tell you how the device was put together.
Alright, I'll go ask him. Mr. Edgeworth, I asked him about it.
And did you find out how the device works?
He used a rope to hang some weights on the well's pulley. The weights are suspended inside the well. Then he ran the rope through 2 more pulleys and tied the end of the rope to his own body.
So he uses the force of the falling weights to send himself flying. And what's to stop the weights from falling on their own?
In order to prevent that from happening, he used a stopper.
Miss Berry didn't know anything about the well. That means Mr. Keyes removed the stopper by himself?
Correct. That's why a second rope was needed. This rope was attached to the stopper, and when it was pulled from the stage, the stopper would be removed and the weights would drop down the well. I'm definitely gonna steal this idea. Yatagarasu won't lose to something like this.
Don't waste your time. Circus acts require extensive training. Even if you steal the device, it won't do you any good.
Then I'll train as well.
Before you start training, could you first update the recreation?
Ah, yo, yeah. You wanted me to recreate the device that was used in the performance. First, let's return to the during the show scene. Next, I'll input the information of the device on the well. Now we can recreate this device Simon made.
So this is the device that Mr. Keyes used.
Simon sure is gutsier than he looks. Using the falling weights as the force to launch himself during his performance. Indeed, he would have to drop enough weights to exceed his own body weight in order to provide the strength needed to pull him off the stage. Simon must have practiced a lot for this. Huh? Isn't this strange? What's wrong, pal? Haven't you noticed, Detective? What's strange about the weight is... Isn't it the weight? It's not heavy enough. In order to pull up Mr. Key's body weight... You're right, sir! But where did the rest of the weights disappear to? Looks like it's time to use my 7 secret weapons, sir. If necessary, I'll let the detective know. The apples in the crate were probably eaten by a steak. But it's strange. I remember leaving the crate out of reach for Mystique's nose. Are you certain? Yes, the crate was still full of apples on the the crate was still full of apples on the night before the show. Then the crate was moved to where her nose could reach it. With that many apples, it could not have been moved by the wind. Most likely, the crate was moved by a person. Prior to the show, the cart's position was already changed and the apples were all eaten. This appears to be the correct information. Please update the simulation parameters, okay? Alright, I'll use the new info to recreate the scene. Yo, what's up, Nathan? That was interesting. She left and we were still in green space. Maybe she left Little Thief with us? Using the info we got from Regina, I'll recreate the scene with the cart in its actual place. The actual place. Recreation complete. So there isn't really anything else to add. I don't see the point. I don't see these two connecting. Yeah, I mean, sometimes chat just likes the progression. Kind of ebbs and flows throughout the course of stream.
That and we have, you know, lurkers. No problem with that. Wait, what? Oh, one more time. When is it? Oh. What else am I supposed to look at? Okay, so this area is completely checked. I think. Yeah, okay. So it's not like we can present her anything. Maybe we gotta re-look at the stage again now that we know how he got pulled away. Nope. The music. Make it stop! I don't see any... Now... I don't think I've ever done that before. I didn't know I could move her. Damn it. Okay. Don't need to look at this again. Are they gonna tell me that they had the elephant remove the apples purposely in order to put more weights in them? But we know, isn't the cart empty? But then they could have just removed the weights again. All right, we'll try just because I don't see. If he used the apples as a part of the counterweight, wouldn't they be on the opposite side of the courtyard? And letting the apples get removed wouldn't help the weight problem. I'm looking at this wrong. What am I missing? Well, let's let the game tell me what I'm missing. Oh, thank God. I thought I was just the biggest fucking idiot. Oh, is there something? No. I think there's anything else. What am I missing? Well, if it was Phoenix and Maya, they'd probably have more to say at least. Ray has been almost worthless. This door is locked. Wait, yeah. Yeah, that's from earlier. I'm assuming that's all the same thing. That's right. He did say, talk to me if you want to use one of the whatchamacallits. I've never seen the detective's eyes sparkle like that. If need be, I'll let you know. For now, just stand by. Wait, did I? Yeah, we can find where the other, Detective Gumshoe, it's time for your secret weapon. Yes, sir! Why is he so insistent on the fucking fishing rod? He whipped that shit out immediately. Yes, sir, I have it right here. Yeah, Ray's just getting paid to be here. I don't get many chances to see this one. Yeah, because it's almost worthless. Before we begin the search, let me go over how to use the metal detector, sir. This metal detector uses sound. And this meter lets you know how close you are to a metal object. When you get closer to a metal object, the metal detector will have a bigger reaction, like this. When you reach the biggest reaction, give me the order to examine that spot, sir. Let's see what we got. It's just the metal fence. Yeah, I feel you, Tom. Take it easy, dude. Thanks for hanging. That's basically how you search for metal objects. But see, I would want to keep... Well... I guess I exactly don't do that. I was going to say, I would like to keep my hobby and my work separate. But that's exactly what I'm doing with this, right? Just give me the instructions on where you want to search, sir. Here, sir, it looks like there's something here. Oh, it's a gold coin, sir. It's a historical discovery. It's hardly possible that something like this could find its way into a prison.
Ah, there it is. So that's where it was buried. It's a coin from the bi-weekly coin hunting competition.
There's an event like that? That sure sounds like fun, pal.
It's an event where the warden buries some coins and the prisoners search for them. There are 3 silver coins and 1 gold coin. Whoever finds them can trade them for snacks.
Coin hunting competition and an animal show. Just what kind of prison is this anyway? Let's continue the search. It's over here, sir. I don't see anything that could be metallic. What could be causing the reaction? Maybe there are iron fillings around here? Iron fillings, like the ones you collect with a magnet? Yes, sir. I guess they're mixed into the sand here. We're going to pull them out. We need secret weapon number 6. Or was it 7? Can't you even keep that much straight? It's just a regular magnet I bought at the hardware store. Hold it near the ground and presto! Pick them all up, sir. Wow, this is really... wow, this is really... Haha! Well, what do you know? Finding simple joy in simple tasks. What a simpleton. Let's check somewhere else. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. I hear that too. Bum, 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 bum. It's like with certain interactions happen. Not going crazy enough. Boom, 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 boom. It's over there. But I thought it would just be the metal gate again. Yeah, there's a reaction here too, sir. Let's check it out. Huh? I found these in the... How did you miss those the first time? Those are kind of big to just be hidden in the grass. I found these in the clumps of grass here, sir. These are the weights used for that hoisting device. Are these intentionally hidden? If they were, they did not do a good job. There's 4 of them in all, sir. Throw them in the water. That many weights should be enough to lift Simon. So, the other weights that were used in the device were hidden. Why were they hidden over here, though? See, I'm really earning my keep today, aren't I? Eek! Oh god, here we go. Ah, the alligator! That scared me, pal. Huh? What's the matter, detective? Looks like the metal detector is reacting to this alligator. Really? Why? Are you sure it isn't still just reacting to the weights? It's a different reaction, sir, and it's definitely coming from the alligator. It's gone. Looks like it's scared of us! Haha! I don't think so, Kay. Huh? If anything, I think Allie looks a little under the weather. Allie? I suppose that was what Warden Roland called it. She didn't eat any of the food that the warden gave her yesterday. I think she might have eaten something bad. So I guess the metal detector could be reacting to whatever the alligator ate. Oh, maybe she ate one of the weights? I doubt that even an alligator can adjust a 33-pound weight. But what could the metal detector be reacting to? And regardless, why were these weights hidden? Maybe we should take another look at the device on the well. Yeah, I'd like you to recreate the after the show scene again. Alright, leave it to me. Well, I'm sure it is dropping the frames, but what do you do to combat that? Because if I change the resolution, that's gonna screw up the overlay. I have to readjust that. Although maybe that wouldn't be. It would be that, man. Oh god, what happened all of a sudden? I was filled with energy, and my body's like, "Hey, you're almost at 4 hours." Pick them back up, forehead. Complex problems require modern solutions. Sound logic. Nook and cranny. I can deduce here. I'm actually not sure here. Actually. Okay, so we don't have new dialogue. Nope. And disable. Okay, it says it needs to be reset. Let's give it a go. I think they found several weights. Something is missing. What is missing? 2 pulleys. One of the ropes is missing. This is the rope with the stopper, but the other rope is gone. Let's see. I'm not exactly sure how they want me to... No. Something's missing. What? I guess showing the device makes more sense. Yeah. Recreation and the device we saw earlier. There's a major discrepancy. One of the ropes is missing.
You're right.
Without it, the device won't work.
Wonder what happened to it.
Where'd the missing rope disappear to? It's possible that we hold the piece of evidence that shows where the rope went.
Huh?
Which piece of evidence shows where the missing rope went? The missing rope itself? Or should we show this?
Take that.
The rope we found with the dead body.
Ah, could it be?
Yes, it could be the other piece of... it could be the other piece of rope that was used here.
And does that mean?
This rope was attached to the weight. However, the weight was not one of these metal weights. These weights were hidden in the grass and replaced with something else.
If they were replaced, then what was used as the weight?
What was tied up to the rope we found in the workroom? If we can recall that, then the answer should be clear. The weight that was dropped in place of the weights that Mr. Keyes had prepared was the fucking dead body?
Take that.
What dropped down the well was none other than Knightley's dead body.
Ah, Mr. Knightley's body was used as the weight?
Yes, the weights were replaced with Knightley's body. Mr. Keyes used the device to launch himself off the stage. When the rope that was tied to him was undone and let go, both the body and the rope dropped down the well. Holy shit. Oh. The rope wasn't used to tie up Knightley. It was used to suspend him inside the well. It also explains why the other weapons... that also explains why the other weights were hidden.
Ah, so that no one would find out that the weights were replaced with the body.
Yes, the killer was the one who hid those weights. But Miles, wasn't Knightley Boy stabbed in the neck with the murder weapon? If he was suspended in the well, wouldn't there be blood at the bottom of the well? The killer was also aware of that. That's why they used this item.
Take that.
The sheet we found near the body. It was used to wrap up the body.
I see. Looks like all the pieces are starting to come together.
But this means that the body definitely came from the well. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean Simon is the killer?
No, that's not necessarily the case.
But yesterday, Judge Courtney said...
Well, I mean, have you listened to Judge Courtney? She says a lot of things that just kind of come falling out of her mouth without any reasoning behind it or, you know, solid arguments. If Mr. Keyes was the killer, would he have needed to set up such an elaborate device?
I guess you have a point.
Mr. Keyes was only responsible for dropping the body during the show. In other words, it doesn't matter where the real killer was or what they were doing during the show. Until now, this placed the doubt on the people who did not watch the animal show.
It's true, we also suspected Mr. Dojin.
The killer's true identity was to make us think that the murder occurred during the show. In other words, they used the device on the well to create a fake alibi. Miss Berry, do you know when this device on the well was set up?
Let me think. The day before the show, I think it was at night. We all started preparing at 9 p.m. We finished at around midnight.
The killer replaced the weights with the dead body afterwards. Did Dojin know about the device? No, even if he knew about the device, it wouldn't be possible for him to use it. You can't teach a dog to suspend a body in a well. In other words, Dojin is not the killer. They could have replaced... No, they probably didn't do this. Oh, they did. This cart was moved the night before the show. The body was also switched the night before the show.
I don't think it was just coincidence.
Keeping that in mind, the question now becomes, why was the cart moved? The cart used to be in front of that door. I can think of one reason why.
Somebody opened that door. All right, let's hurry up and door's locked. Let's ask a guard. Hey, Mr. Guard.
Yes, what is it?
That was fast. You there. Where's the key to this door?
The warden's in charge of it. I'll get it from her right away.
The warden is in charge of the keys here?
I'm sorry, sir. The warden's not gonna give you that key.
Would that be surprising at all? No. Without the warden's permission, this door can't be opened. Oh, he did get the key. Okay, fair enough.
Thank you very much.
Oh, God. It's a circuit breaker panel. This must be the breaker room.
On the night before the show, someone came to this room. I wonder why they would come here.
I don't think anyone would confuse the breaker room with the break room. It was wait, was that K that said that? Whatever, let's pretend Edgeworth said it. It was definitely to operate the circuit breakers.
So someone came here to shut off the power to something?
Was there anything that had its power shut off? What could have had its power shut off by the breaker? So there's that. I don't think the breaker shuts off the bracelets. Do they? Security door. Gotta be this.
Take that.
If this had been powered off, it would have caused a huge problem.
I don't see any problems.
Oh, you don't think it's a problem that the prisoners could have moved fucking freely? I think it's still locked though. Actually, the electricity is it still locked? Or does it just... Doi.
Take that.
The security camera footage had a 3-hour gap.
I see. The circuit breaker for the security camera was tripped.
It's highly possible.
Was this the killer's handiwork?
With the camera down, it'd be easier to move about. The killer would have a major advantage.
I knew it.
If that's the case, the killer was the person who tripped the breaker. The person in charge of the key to the breaker room is... It couldn't be.
Deactivating the recreation.
Yeah, it's the warden. Shit person running a shit prison.
I'm first to the scene as always.
Good morning, Mr. DeBest.
What? You? How'd you get here before me?
Greetings, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I see you have arrived early. Or maybe it is you who are late, Judge Courtney. God damn, dude. Woo!
I have many matters which require my attention.
I do believe that.
I have no time to waste. Unlike a certain prosecutor who has taken off the case.
But still think that he would have many matters to attend to. In fact, shouldn't he have other matters to attend to? I guess maybe with the system the way it is, they really prefer to give one prosecutor one case. But do you know how many prosecutors they would have to have in order for that to actually work? Grr.
Oh, my apologies. I had forgotten that you were assisting the defense attorney. An assistant can never be the best. You've fallen like the rest.
You just say whatever you like, don't you? Do you know how many criminal cases a district with 3 judges could have, though? Like, it might not even, it won't have that many, but there would still need to be a lot of prosecutors. That's true. That building was fucking gigantic. I guess I had just assumed that it wasn't all housing prosecutors. But I mean, even if some of the floors didn't house the prosecutors, they have enough where if the others did, it would still be quite a bit, right?
Let us begin our examination of the courtyard, Sebastian. All right, I'll call the men over.
That will be unnecessary.
What?
We have already finished the investigation of the courtyard. You've been bested. I mean, they could do their own investigation too. It's not a matter of who did it first. We did it first, so now you can't. Nah.
Bested me?
Judge Courtney, you know the rules. The early bird gets the worm, as it is codified in the state statutes. Your reasoning from yesterday, watch me shatter it to pieces. I mean, part of what happened is based on her reasoning, though, even though her actual reasoning behind her reasoning was shit.
I would advise you to choose your words more carefully.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, it wasn't really necessary for him to say it that way.
Have you forgotten that the fate of your badge rests in my hands?
No. One person alone will not be able to take your badge. Well, to suspend you from the bar. At least in Wisconsin. It's going to be either the Bar Association, which is more than one person, or the Supreme Court, which is also more than one person. I have had enough of such coercion. Can't you think of some other way to threaten me that does not involve my badge?
Despite my repeated warnings, you show no signs of reflection. It seems I must remind you once more, the Prosecutorial Investigation Committee can't leave someone such as yourself unchecked.
You guys don't have to have any of those word bubbles, by the way. Neither the fate of my badge nor the actions of the committee will impede my progress, proving Mr. Key's innocence. That is all that concerns me.
Your words are like those of a defense attorney. If you are willing to go that far, then I will show no leniency. In the name of the goddess of law.
Come at me, bitch! You will forfeit the title of prosecutor! Oh, fuck. That lost its... I thought that was gonna be it. I thought she was gonna say, actually, yeah.
You shall regret this.
She just kept talking. Dude, fucking completely ruined the effect of that by continuing to flap her gums.
I shared my reasoning with you the day before.
Yes, you did. This seems completely unnecessary to add.
Since Mr. Elbert did not see the body when he passed through the tunnel, it could only have been dropped down the well during the show. The only one who could have performed such an act is the suspect.
Naturally, you have evidence to support your reasoning.
You didn't let me investigate yet, you fucking bitch! Of course she does! Who do you think she is? Earlier, I received the official autopsy report.
The official autopsy report, as though this can't be updated either. Babysitting that kid must be difficult.
The time of death was the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the day before the show. The cause of death remains unchanged, a stab wound 4 inches deep.
He gave him, or the suspect, I should say the suspect gave him all 4 inches.
Simon Keyes was not present on the stage for a period of 15 minutes. There was sufficient time for him to drop the body down the well.
She has not investigated the courtyard yet. That means maybe I should have let her investigate the courtyard instead of just stopping her. It seems there is a hole in your argument.
You seem quite confident. Can you present evidence to support your claim?
Of course I can, and I will. Yeah, Edward's like, so this is what it feels like to have been Phoenix. Yeah, we're not gonna address that. Yeah, nothing wrong there. Also, yes, this is where there's a problem. There is no one else who could have committed the murder. I heard that Miss Berry was present on stage at all times. A great number of the prisoners were also watching the show, even though the prisoners who did not see it have sufficient alibis. How about the guards? Along with the warden, nearly everyone was watching the show. But there must have been a chance for even one of them to approach the well. During the show, none of the guards left their posts. That much is certain. They all testified as such. Just have no room for oversight. You finally admit that only Simon Keyes could have been the criminal? Judge Courtney has not thoroughly examined the courtyard like we have. Not only am I going to tell you to fuck off, like, out loud, I am going to talk about you in the third person to your face. To let you know just how ignorant you are.
So there's a bit of a gap in her arguments, right?
I should review the evidence we obtained in the courtyard. Do we show this?
Objection!
I don't let people investigate and then seem smarter after I present them facts they couldn't possibly have known. Who would do that? That's underhanded. And, quite frankly, very fake. Only makes you seem smarter, but you're not. You just have information they don't. As much as I've criticized Judge Courtney here, she really can't be at fault. She hasn't even looked at it yet. Although she probably should have looked at it before going, oh, it's that person! But still, given where we are in the investigation, obviously he has information she doesn't have. And she would never have had the ability to look at Little Thief. So that's a huge leg up that we have. No, they're not. Yeah, I'm only at 42%. Now I'm under 40 for my CPU. It's not the PC. Something's weird with the emulator. I'm sure there are some settings that we could change. I just don't know what they would be. Unfortunately for you, Judge Courtney, your argument doesn't hold. Unfortunately for you, Judge Courtney, your argument doesn't hold any water, just like the well. Get it? Because the well is dry? Just like your argument. Like, dude, you know information that she couldn't have arrived at. Come on. I think you need to cut her some slack here instead of being a pretentious asshole. There was a device set up around the well here. Not that she doesn't deserve to get dunked on, but... It starts after a certain amount of time running the game. Yeah, that is interesting. That's similar to, I don't know if this happens with emulators, but let's say I'm attempting to capture something from like a retro console and I'm using certain devices to do that. It'll start off fine, but eventually it'll desync audio. And that's on the card itself. It's on the device that is allowing you to, transfer that information. Which here would be the PC. The emulator ran on a PC. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe normal wouldn't have this issue, but normal was small as fuck.
What is this device of which you speak?
Normal was about the size of my webcam. on my desktop. I'm like, yeah, this won't work. Are you aware of the stunt in which Mr. Keys is blown away by the elephant during the show? I have heard of it. Would have been right before he exits the stage. He tied one end of a length of rope to himself and the other end to a set of weights. He was able to perform the stunt by dropping these weights down the well.
Wouldn't he have spent the whole place suspended up in the air?
That's why he had a stopper attached to the weighted end. The stopper was removed by pulling another rope. Around the well, we found evidence that the weights were switched with the victim's body. This was done by the real killer in order to shift suspicion away from them. Judging from the time of death, I just kind of mixed both their voices there together for a second. The murder was carried out in the early morning of the show. The true criminal had until the time the show started to set up the device.
But didn't Simon Keys make that thing? And since he was also the one who used it, he is the best suspect.
No, don't symphonize your chorus there, or your orchestra. Well, your remark wasn't deserving of that. Unless you want me to go. Wah, wah, wah.
Don't you agree?
I mean, I could try just reducing it to normal. Let's see. It's view, right? Magnification filter. I have it on 3 times BRZ, which is what Metoxys told me to use. Was the BRZs. Oh! Oh! Oh my god! Okay, yeah, it works. Oh, that looks so much worse. I didn't use 5 times because 5 times was... I couldn't get the picture right for whatever reason. Let's try 5 times here. Can I... Big. Yeah, see, the problem with 5 times is that the, it's like too far off of my screen. I wonder, let's see, window size 1. Oh, nope. That is not what I wanted to do. Actually, I want the window size to be smaller, please. I guess I could do it manually. Oh. It won't let me make it any smaller than this. Why? That doesn't make any sense. I know I can... Where was that? Maintain aspect ratio. Nope, it still won't let me go any smaller. Well, okay, so there's 2 problems with that. One is that I would have to play on OBS, which is kind of ass, because I wouldn't see the entirety. Second, no. Expanding the border wouldn't work because I'm using desktop display capture right now instead of window capture. Because if I use window capture, it was having problems picking it up. Doesn't even show the full window. You see that? It's like the emulator itself isn't even picking everything up. Yo, what's up, Max? How have you been? How's your first couple weeks of school been? Let's see, I could try game capture. Window. This one. I don't think, yeah, game capture doesn't do. Oh, wait, there it is. Oh, hey, game capture did it. That's weird. Last time I tried game capture, it did not work. Oh. I mean, it looks just as good for you guys. The problem is I can't see everything now. But let's just give this a try and see if maybe it helps the sound issue. Maybe it does. I don't know. I guess I wouldn't know why it would help, but maybe it does. Miss Berry.
Yes.
Here, I'll show you. What do I mean by I can't see everything? So this is the game capture, right? This is the display capture. This is all I can see on my display, and I can't make it any smaller than this. So I can only see like half of this screen. I could actually see all of this screen, like it's higher, like it is some stuff above and below, but like this screen to the right, I can only see half of it. It's dropping frames. Yeah, let's just go back to where we were. That's probably the game audio or the game capture thing, I'm guessing, as opposed to what I was doing before with the display capture. All right. 3. And here. And there. Oh, whoops. Yeah. It's on. So it should be fine now, right? I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's because we always have to bend over backwards. Not better than the first few weeks. It makes sense. You got more adjusted to it, right? More of a rhythm, I'm guessing. A little easier to get back into it, I should say. I was looking at your Twitter feed the other day because I hadn't been on the channel's Twitter in a while, so I hadn't really seen what people have been posting. And I saw you were like, on the 27th of August, I think I'm going to quit. I'm assuming you meant Smash, because you were talking about like other stuff you could do. And then like 5 days later, you're like, nothing hits like Smash or some shit like that. I was like, yep, no way he was going to quit. No fucking way.
Well, let me see. Since we had to get everything about our show approved by the people here at the prison, I'd say there were others who knew about it.
And there you have it.
I see. You have indeed performed a thorough investigation.
Why would you say overrule and then this? It just doesn't make sense. Oh, so you're just quitting competitive. That's fair. The way you said it, I was like, he's just not going to play, huh? I was like, oh, maybe he'll just play Destiny. Well, yeah, I saw that you played with hazards on. What kind of mad lad does that? You could just not have her say overruled. Just go back to her. Just go back to her. Don't use the overrule there. Yeah, I think she does too. Yeah, well, I don't. I fucking hate hazards. I used to play with items on, hazards on, all that shit when I played with friends earlier in my life. With like Melee, and then later Brawl. And then I turned that shit off for Ultimate, and I'm like, I enjoy this far more. Because it's more about the actual fighting, not some random shit that happens. I guess when I was younger, I was okay with that, but as I got older, I was more about the let skill play out. Yeah, they can. I mean, like, I feel like the items haven't even really added anything in the past 2 games. Like, oh, we added new Pokemon with the balls you can throw. Okay. Other than that, most of the items haven't really changed since Brawl. Like, there's a couple additions. Well, I mean, hey, if you're drunk, all bets are off. Because lots of different shit can make you can enjoy a lot of different shit you wouldn't normally enjoy.
Which is why I'm even further perplexed. Why do you not use your efforts for justice?
My actions are not just. Who made that decision? Judge. But now we're getting into morality versus the law and whether they are separate or not. Yeah, drunk Mario Party is honestly something I have never done. It seems like it'd be really fun, but when we were really into Mario Party, 5 through 7 was the time we were really into it. Fuck 6, by the way. We weren't really old enough to drink at that point. And we weren't, like... I was still at home, so we didn't really have a... Wait. No, I guess that's when I was away for the semester. But I didn't really play games that much when I was at Madison. I just drank. We cut out the game part and just the drinking. And like cards. Those are the games that we played, card games, all the time. Takes a shit? Oh. I'm like, excuse me? What if you can't shit? Having to take a shot every time you lose is kind of brutal because there are a lot of... How many turns you play? Or do you just, like, play random minigames until you guys can't take anymore?
You cannot understand even that, even now, providing support to a defense attorney despite being a prosecutor. It is quite unnatural. This goes against the rules.
I am merely choosing to do what I think is right at this particular time. I travel down the road I have chosen.
I walk a lonely road, the only road that I have ever known. Your comprehension does not matter in the least.
I was gonna say, you get up to 20, that's fucking nuts. But like 15 is probably more reasonable. But in theory, you could lose 15 times. And that would be a bad night. Oh, is there more than just like the one mini game per turn? And like occasional bonus? Yeah, I would expect the entire team would have to take one then, right? Maxim over here like, take a shot? What's you mean? You guys are violent. Like he doesn't take a shot of booze every so often. I've seen 8 at least. I've never played 9 though. Imagine losing because you only get mashing based games and you suck at mashing, and then drinking's gonna make your mashing worse. I am fucking the worst at the mashing mini games. That's good. Stay dry. Be better than those of us that do. But when we mean shot, we mean like a shot of alcohol placed in a 1 ounce glass. Yeah, they made it so you can play it online. The other random ones where there's no skill, you just pick something, it's like, I hope I win. Well, that's good. That's good that there is some compassion there. However, if anyone intends to interfere, I will show no mercy. Perhaps this is a calling from the goddess of law. Perhaps you should shut the fuck up about that. If you intend to rebel against her divine will, I will have no choice but to hand down my verdict. Pay heed to my words. I have one more reason to suspect Simon Keyes of murder. The body came from the courtyard. How was Mr. Knightley brought here from the detention center? Only Simon Keyes could have provided such an opportunity. Because of this fact, I find it most difficult to suspect any other party of this crime. While Simon Keyes was moving supplies for the show, he visited Mr. Knightley's cell. Does that not strike you as odd? Why else would he have brought a large, covered cage with him? Oh, that does seem pretty suspicious. Mr. Keyes was merely that kind of person. It is entirely possible that he carelessly brought it here. That is possible. And it is also possible that he was assisting in the escape. Am I wrong? I suppose I must refute her theory with evidence. Easiest and that sounds awful. To have an easy character be so good? That seems really problematic. Oh yeah, I mean college with people is significantly different. I would imagine. I only ever had people, so it just seems like that would suck. Are you certain there were no other routes? The trial date has not been determined for Mr. Knightley. Since he was not a prisoner, he could not have easily entered the prison. Wait. Hold the fuck up. It had been like 2 whole days? Or it had been like like 2 whole days? And the dude wasn't in trial already? Like all of our other clients are? Why? because video game. I mean, that's good enough reason. But why would the president cause issues for that? You absolutely destroyed the president. Why would he help Knightley when Knightley was trying to fuck him over? I mean, you're right. It's possible that there was some external pressure that was causing that, but I guess I can't see why the president would do that. 'Cause it's a game!
Since he was not a prisoner, he could not have easily entered the prison. He would have stood out too much.
Meaning no one testified seeing him there.
Well done. May you be blessed by the goddess of law. As I said, Mr. Knightley was taken into the prison through a less conspicuous manner.
Are you certain that he was the only person who... I don't know why I'm even pressing here. Edgeworth's pressing is just, are you sure?
Have you forgotten? This is a prison. Due to the constant supervision, it would be impossible to do anything unusual
Unless you controlled the prison. Then wouldn't it be the same for Mr. Keyes?
The warden has shown favor to the Berry Big Circus. Simon Keyes is a circus member. Miss Berry's apprentice, no less. It could only have been him. He was able to move about freely within the facilities.
It seems that you forgot to mention that.
The word forget does not exist in my dictionary.
Then it would be prudent for you to add this to your argument. Mr. Keyes may have been the only person who could move around freely in the prison. But on the day of the murder, there was a gap in time missing from the surveillance records. During that time, anyone could have done as they pleased.
I have proof of this gap in the surveillance records?
Wait, is it this? Or do I show the surveillance records themselves?
Take that!
Mr. Keyes wasn't the only one who had the opportunity. Who else could have had the opportunity? The timestamp on the security camera is off by 3 hours. This means that there was a 3-hour gap in time. During that time, anyone could have done it.
If that were the case, then the murderer would have created the gap in time intentionally. It would not have been a simple camera failure. Are you saying that is possible?
It's possible if you had access to this. Show him the badge.
Take that!
Yeah, so this is the 6th game I played. This is the 2nd of the spin-off series. The first 4 that I played were all the mainline series. This one and the last one I played are spin-offs. Because they don't involve Phoenix or Court, for that matter. Then after this, there's still the 2 Great Ace Attorney games, which takes place, like, over 100 years ago. Like, old-time Herlock Sholmesing it. And then there's the last 2 games in the main trilogy still to play, Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. And there's a rumored 7th game in the mainline series in production. End of 19, so yeah, 130, 40-ish years. In this courtyard, we found the circuit breaker for the security camera, and it was possible to access the God, I swear to God I can talk. And it was possible to access the breaker room both before and after the murder.
What? Unfortunately, it appears that you have fallen short of your intentions.
Mr. Edgeworth hasn't fallen short of anything.
So, can you explain how the murderer obtained the key to the breaker room? Oh yeah, that's right. It was locked, wasn't it? The warden hangs onto the key, right? The breaker room has great importance even in a prison. There is no one who would be able to obtain the key so easily.
Well, I can think of someone.
What did you say?
This person, the murderer, was able to get the key. They didn't even need to steal it.
There can't be anyone like that. Besides, the breaker to the electrified fence is in that room too.
Only one person could have done this. I didn't want to believe it myself, but I trust that my logic is sound. The person who used the key to enter the breaker room is...
Take that!
Alright, later free kill. Take it easy, dude. I do like the games. I mean, I'm playing essentially an anime visual novel just with a law sort of theme. I like visual novels as they are. These are just more interactive than most of them that you'll do, which is good. So yeah. I would say I genuinely enjoy these games.
The murderer is... Oh, what great timing. I was just about to accuse you of being a murderer. Warden Roland. Oh my, what an energetic little puppy. That's because this dog is extremely fond of sweets.
This, by the way, is up there for the worst theme in the entire game, in the entire series. This theme is fucking terrible. Oh. Solo isn't the path for you in these sites? What do you mean solo? Multiplayer? Visual novels? Is that a thing? Or just you wouldn't play them by yourself, you can only play them with other people also around. Well, I don't know. Do you find that my reaction to this is uninspired and boring? It's just about how you approach it. For some people, yeah, these games are gonna be boring. They want action, they want movement. They don't want just a bunch of reading and clicking things. But there are many ways to have fun in a game. It's like some people don't like turn-based combat. I love turn-based combat. Some people only like turn-based combat, not action combat. I love action combat. Oh, the theme. Yeah. No, I feel you. I would not like this theme in any game. It sounds awful. With the circus theme, why don't I just stick a knife through my ear and just make myself deaf that way? It'd be less excruciating. That's very interesting. I guess I had not considered whether these would be longer than books. You just don't have the narration, right? It's just mostly all dialogue. That's because this dog is extremely fond of sweets. It seems to detect a sweet scent on you. Oh heavens, no. I'm not even wearing perfume or anything of the sort. I mean, you probably should, because that coat is likely super fucking sweaty. It's cod semen demon sweaty, jeez. Rose skin sweaty. What the dog detects is the sweet scent of death. That's why Final Fantasy VII Remake's so good. That's a good blend. How poetic. However, does that not imply that I committed a murder? But I mean, think about it, Max. You might be right. I've never played one of these games alone. Right? I've only done it in streams, so there are other people to interact with. So I don't know what I would feel if I played these games by myself, because I've never done it. And I don't want to, because I want to be able to play these games blind on stream, as opposed to already knowing what's going to happen. However, that does not... Does that... Yeah, I said that right. That's what I think.
What?
The warden is the murderer? Mr. Edgeworth, are you serious about your statement? Ho, ho, ho. How amusing. The very thought of a warden committing a murder.
Ugh. She like sucking its nose?
Sounds like something out of a mystery novel.
I know she was kissing it, but it looked like she had engulfed the entirety of its nose.
Precisely, your reasoning is in contempt.
I haven't given you my reasoning yet.
Nothing of the sort. I did not want to believe it myself, but based on the evidence, I have no choice but to believe it.
This evidence proves that Warden Roland is the murderer. What am I showing them? This? Because I would say the totality of the evidence proves that she's a murderer, but they're making me pick one?
Take that!
That one. We'll just go process of elimination now. Because I think you would like... The reason she can do it is because of everything combined. Is the strongest argument. But instead we're just going to be like... The map? Or the tape? Gotta be the map or the tape, right?
Take that!
Nope.
Take that!
Nope. God, what is it? Okay, maybe I should actually think here. The sweet scent was caused by what? His dead body?
Take that!
Yeah. The smell gave you away. As you can plainly see, someone has taken notice. This police dog? He tracked a sweet smell that came from the body, and right now he is telling us that the same scent is also on Warden Roland. So, yeah, I agree that all the evidence is enough to give a strong accusation. I wouldn't rest it all on just that one premise, though. Personally, I would try to, like, this is how she would have done it, because she literally would have access to all these different ways of moving about and using certain resources that nobody else could. Plus, it can only be her, plus the scent. But, I mean, the games aren't supposed to be that complex, right? They're supposed to be, pick the one. There it is. That's the one.
You're a cruel one to accuse me of murder based on something like that. Right, Justine, darling?
It appears that Judge Courtney has reached the same conclusion as I have.
Mr. Edgeworth, this couldn't have been just a coincidence, could it?
The key to the breaker room and the same scent on the body. If there were only one, it could have been seen as such.
It appears we have reached a conclusion. We should now listen to what the warden has to say.
Indeed, until we do, we cannot close this case.
Still got the trial and stuff too, right?
Oh my goodness, everyone with such scary faces. So I'm the only one who could have been the murderer.
Stop that.
That just cannot be. I heard all about the case from Justine Darling here. Had I committed the murder, it would have taken place inside the holding cell. But I couldn't have moved the body. I never went into the prison. I was caught up in my work. Up until the show, I was stuck in my office. Check up on it if you'd like. You'll find there's no record of me entering the prison. I don't know what reasoning you had, but I can say for sure I cannot be the killer.
But Missile barked at you, pal. You gotta be the culprit. Yeah, because the dog barks at you. You must be.
Oh heavens, it's not possible. I already told you I never went to the prison. You think I'm lying? Why don't you check the records?
She wants us to check the records. She does seem confident. For now, all we can do is listen to her and try to draw out more information.
I do hope you understand, Mr. Edgeworth.
She could have tripped the circuit to, like, make the records go away for a while, right? Assuming they're electronic. Guess I'm not 100% sure on that. You never went into the prison? Do you have proof of this?
My, can't you wait for me to finish?
You were in your office the whole time? Nothing strange happened?
Nope, nothing at all.
Were you looking for something?
I'm not too good at tidying up.
Yeah, I can tell.
I always forget where I put everything, including prisoners. The other day, I even lost track of an important piece of evidence.
How could you have made such a grave error?
Someone were to take something from me, I wouldn't even notice it the entire year.
Must be nice.
I guess it will be hard to attack with the key. Hard to attack with the key to the breaker room. On the day of the incident, I was working in my office and searching for lost items. In other words, I couldn't have gone to the prison even if I had wanted to.
Not on my end. One of my favorite genders. They do be annoying as fuck. Not enter the prison from the entrance. What if there was another route?
Oh my, are you suggesting something like a secret passage? I don't know if anything like that exists.
It is my firm belief you did possess an alternate route. That route was neither the entrance nor a secret passage. The route you used was from here.
Barbed wire fence?
You would have moved nightly to your office first. This office leads directly to the garden side of the courtyard. If you had moved through here and passed the barbed wire fence, you would have arrived at the prison without passing through the entrance or a tunnel.
I wonder what Mr. Edgeworth is saying. Haven't you noticed there's a high voltage current running through the fence?
Yeah, obviously she couldn't have passed through it like that. The current to the fence could be switched off at the breaker room, and you were the only one who had the key, Warden Roland. Yeah, the audio through the, the audio on the, whatchamacallit is, like, weird. Like, when you do certain things.
Most amusing, however, the breaker room is located on the prison side of the courtyard. How would the warden have accessed it from the detention center? Ah, quite right. Gotcha there, Mr. Edgeworth.
That's... she could have done it beforehand, and no one would have noticed.
There is no record of her passing through the prison entrance. It would not have been possible for her to turn off the fence's breaker.
No!
But Warden Roland was the only one who had access. Don't let this faze you, Miles.
But if I don't have a solution for this, she'll get away.
Now, Uncle Ray has never said, don't think, you know.
It's just not good to be so stubborn about it, that's all. No matter how you think about it, Warden Roland couldn't have done this alone. Hmm?
Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you have failed to come... God damn it. I am not amused, interrupting my judgment only to be silent.
Without thinking, I just blurted out objection. I have to answer. I won't let this end here. My reasoning is not over yet.
How did she use the breaker without leaving the detention center?
It's perfectly possible with this method. What made it possible to turn off the breaker? The timing, or she had an accomplice. Either one of these are correct. Well... no, see, that's not it. She could have done it the night before. I guess I don't understand why that's such a... why that's not something that's being considered here. There would be a record of her leaving the prison the day before. Because all she has to do is turn off the breaker and then go into her office from there, and then leave from the office and go back to the prison. Right? It was indeed impossible for one person, but what if there were two?
Exactly just what I expected from you, Miles.
Yes, you had an accomplice on the prison side. I mean, it's not that accomplice doesn't make sense. I just, unless I'm missing something as to how that system works. Because, like, how can people really tell that the fence isn't on? And besides, at nighttime, everybody's asleep, aren't they? I guess the only thing you'd have to worry about is that Regina or Simon could have seen her go into the breaker room while they were setting up. But she could have done that in between the time the prisoner... well... okay, actually no. The roll call is 9 p.m. So she would have had a very minuscule amount of time to do it before Regina and Simon had arrived. Yeah, probably too small of a window. Someone must guard. Well, but what happens here? Like, either guards are manipulated or disposed of in some way.
That's not really the biggest obstacle. Not that you couldn't go and question every guard.
Enough. I'm disappointed in you, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
What's that, pal? You making fun of Mr. Edgeworth?
The inmates at this prison all wear bracelets.
They try and go where they please. They'll set off the alarm. Ah!
So you've noticed, this is a prison after all. Only prisoners, but the guards too are under constant scrutiny. So why didn't anyone notice Albert? The only ones allowed to move around freely are the animals. And they certainly could not have used the breaker, when it's still possible that a person did it.
I mean, they didn't notice for 3 hours. Seems like, I mean, they made it seem like we were the first ones to discover that that was a thing. So they like never knew.
Excluding the inmates and the guards, just what kind of person would you say it was?
You can't exclude the inmates and guards just yet. There was only one person, one whose movement was not restricted. The evidence shows that there was someone in the prison who can move around freely. His bracelet was broken, right? Is it this?
Take that!
That is, it looks like the bracelet worn by the prisoners.
This belongs to a certain model inmate, and it's broken.
What? Just who on earth does this belong to?
Frank Sowett, the warden's favorite inmate. Poor face. Don't you think it's strange? He managed to keep this hidden while he moved around freely in his daily prison life.
Golly gee willikers. When you think about it, it shouldn't be possible.
I'd hazard a guess that this was because he was a special case, just like Sirhan Dojin in the special cell.
The prosecutor's statement is merely conjecture.
You can find out by simply asking Sowett himself. It's my firm belief that Mr. Sowett and Gordon Rowland were partners in crime. Due to their collaboration, another route surfaces. The real route by which Knightley's body was moved to the prison. There were two obstacles that needed to be dealt with. His reasoning is very circumstantial here. Like the bracelet being broken itself is evidence. But the reasoning behind it, how is it possible that it could have been broken for so long and going unnoticed? Well, I don't think if I remember correctly, we don't know how long it was broken, and there could be other reasons why that's the case, right? There isn't just the one reason. I guess we need to know more about the system, though. There were two obstacles that needed to be dealt with. The security camera in front of Knightley's cell, and the electric fence in the courtyard. Both these problems could have been solved with a single stroke. By having Sowett switch off the breakers in the breaker room.
Mr. Edgeworth, could you wait one moment?
You still intend to deny it, Warden Rowland?
I give in, I confess. Warden Rowland! No, this cannot be! Yes, it's just as he says. Frank Sowett and I were partners in crime.
No way! You did it, Mr. Edgeworth!
Somehow, the music tells me this isn't it.
Well done, Miles. At last, we have the real culprit cornered. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, Frankie operated the breaker, but we were not responsible for Knightley's murder.
What?
Warden Rowland, whatever do you mean? Judge Courtney, would the goddess of law hear my confession? The goddess of law is merciful. She will absolve you. I was being threatened. That's why I had no choice but to do as I was told.
So who was threatening you?
Sirhan Dojin, that assassin.
Dojin? I smell bullshit.
It's been going on since that man came to the prison. I will never forget that day. We were both alone. He suddenly said to me, I have many dogs outside the prison. Dogs? Loyal dogs who obey my every command. I soon realized that what Dojin was referring to were not really dogs.
Nah. Really?
But his human henchmen. And that's not all he said. You'd better watch how you treat me. You don't want you and your family to become dog food.
This fucking guy.
I had no choice. I gave him the special cell. I gave him anything he desired.
That would actually explain the special cell thing if she's telling the truth. Anything he desired. You don't mean the supplier.
That's right. Anything he ordered, I would deliver to him. An underground dealership. I was the one who won over Frankie. It was simple. I just offered him special privileges within the prison. And these underground dealings? Once a week, in the middle of the night, Frankie would shut off 2 of the breakers. So I could move from my office to the courtyard without being seen by security cameras. I would go past the fence and drop the goods down the well near the prison. And then I'd sprinkle this perfume over it. So that's the true identity of the sweet scent. The scent of perfume was a signal for Dojin's dog. After picking up the scent, it would carry the goods to Dojin. Of course, this had to be done while Elbert was away from his cell.
Surprised you never found out about it, pal.
We have a strict timetable here at the prison. Mealtime, exercise time, it's easy to know when he's away from his cell. And since little Rocky is afraid of Dojin's dog, I didn't have to worry about him making noise.
So having full knowledge of the prison's inner workings, she made the deliveries herself. This would have ensured there were no slip-ups.
Frankie would turn the breakers back on in the early morning. The delivery was complete. I then modified the timestamp on the security camera. You have told us a great deal. The goddess of law accepts your penitent confession. As the warden of the prison, how could I have done such a foolish thing? The day Knightley was killed was also a delivery day. It seems Frankie was working the breakers as usual, but that day I had nothing to send, so I did not go to the courtyard at all.
The secret of the supply system. So then Warden Roland was... Well, the reason you kept on interrogating him...
Yes, I was to find his henchmen. I borrowed all the evidence from the police and carried out the interrogation myself.
Oh god, she is in some despair, agonizing.
I kept an eye on all of his actions and examined all of his mail.
Mail? Like his correspondence chest letters.
But I could never uncover the true identity of his henchmen. This fear, it's something you could never understand. Prosecutor Edworth, you were listening, right? I'd say this confession clears the warden of all suspicion. Is it really necessary to press her further than this?
Is it necessary to press her further? I mean, so what's interesting here is, in theory, this should absolve Simon Keyes, right? Which means Edgeworth's job is done as a defense attorney. Because she didn't say anything about Simon Keyes. She said it was all Dojin. Actually, no. Okay, I see what's going on. She's just talking about the circuit breaker stuff. But that doesn't actually tell us who killed Knightley.
She said he made her do all this stuff, but he didn't say anything about... Judge Courtney, my questioning isn't over yet. I'm sure the goddess of law isn't satisfied yet either.
You mean to badger this woman further?
Even if she was threatened by Dojin, this does not prove she was not the culprit in this case. More double negatives. She was able to use the supply route to transport Knightley's body.
Do you have any evidence to support this?
The body gave off a sweet scent. The scent of perfume that was used to signify a delivery. Can you explain this fact?
Oh, of course. Since I have made so many deliveries, the scent would have lingered around the well. When the body was moved through the well, the scent would have transferred to it.
Does it really work that way? I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Mr. Elbird also testified to this fact.
It's not the scent itself, but like, can the scent really transfer? I don't think that has anything to do with the quality, does it? Certain perfume will transfer more easily to other things? Is that what you're saying? I guess you could be right. I don't know anything about how that works. Right, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with the lingering part. That can make sort of some sense. I would also argue that it would probably take longer, like Maxim said. But my concern with her reasoning is the whole, oh, it must have just transferred to him. I don't think it works like that. Like, that's not how he would have gotten the... That's not how he would have picked up the scent on his body. That's my main point. Yeah, this doesn't... Well, I guess we'll see what happens. Still don't know the truth. There's the truth. And the truth. Why did you use like the... Why did you have to use that example? If I fart in public, another person does not receive that sense. God, during that wedding, we were hanging out with what I call a lingerer, or a trailer. Just depends on my mood. Not everybody farts and has the fart smell accompany them. Some people do, and it's very unfortunate. And I mean very unfortunate. Well, he's just talking about the scent, like, you don't give somebody a scent just by it being there. Like the, you know, whatever. So just because I spray perfume, like against a wall or something, it doesn't mean me being around the wall is going to make me smell like perfume. Is that a long time? Is that a long enough time to pick up a scent that in question might not have even been used long enough to have that scent remain there? I'm not saying it couldn't happen, because I really don't know. I'm just saying this is highly suspect reasoning. And like what I would go into if I were Edgeworth questioning her to get more information. Because, yeah, it's open air. Like, that's... Is it? Inquisitor said that? Like, man. Did it say how long he had been
at the prison? I don't remember.
A lingering scent in the well would, of course, be picked up by anything passing through.
No, see, that's not how... Just by passing through. Maybe by it sitting there, and maybe by sitting there for a long time. But I'm not sure one evening's long enough. Maybe it is. So it was at least 2 years. But like what Maxim and Inquisitor were saying is that it would take like at least a decade for something like that to have such a strong set. Because remember, Elbert fell in. He didn't even look the way of the well, and he smelled that shit still coming his way. So that scent is strong there. I don't think, I mean, it could have been an exaggeration, but they both said decades. So I didn't think they were exaggerating. Maybe. It only makes sense for him to smell it if it's like that heavily. I mean, there's two issues. The issue is, did she do it enough to actually make that scent linger there and so strongly for that long? Because, I mean, at this point, well, no, because he did that yesterday, right? So even if she sprayed it once, it might still smell. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. So really the only issue is, could it have stuck to Nightly? And I'm still not sure that's... I'm still not sure about that. We don't have any reasoning one way, we don't have any evidence one way or the other as to how something like that could possibly happen. We just have conjecture at this point.
Defense rests, I see. In that case, court is adjourned.
Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything we can do?
What should I do? Is this as far as I can go?
Is it over already?
Yes, Sebastian, it is. And now, court is officially adjourned. Who was that?
Finally gets off his ass, thank you.
It's not nice of you to adjourn things just like that, Courtney Pie.
Mr. Shields,
Are you objecting to the court adjourning? Of course not. I ain't got no objection or anything like that. Go ahead and adjourn the court. Do whatever you like.
Hey, what are you doing, Mr. Shields?
Whoa there, calm down, Kay. Who wants some chocolate?
Is this a joke?
yeah, it is. He's just stalling for me.
You'll have to excuse me. I just have one tiny request to make. As Simon Key's attorney... That's right, you're the defense attorney in charge of this case, aren't you? Exactly. Did you all forget? That's so mean.
But you just left everything to Mr. Edgeworth and didn't do anything at all.
She's right, you know.
That's why I thought I'd do my job a bit. Do your job? That hardly sounds like you at all.
So why does he still have his attorney's badge?
It's to prepare for the trial. It's to prepare for the trial. I'd like to ask the warden a few questions. Surely you jest. What more would you expect to hear from her? Well, Miss Warden, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the culprit. My thoughts? Uncle Ray believes that Simon is not the culprit. It seems that Miss Warden also suspects someone other than Simon. I'd like to hear you out.
Mr. Edgeworth, what's Mr. Shields up to?
He's trying to lure Warden Roland into testifying. Why was the supply route used to transport the body? I'd say it was to pin the crime on Dojin.
I see!
If he committed a murder here, he would be transferred to another prison. One with tighter security.
Now we get rid of the troublemaker.
Exactly. She wouldn't pass up a chance like that.
Hey, hold on a sec. The culprit besides Simon? What do you mean? Simon was the one I was supposed to prosecute.
Exactly, so wouldn't it be better if DeBest also listened to what she has to say?
Amazing, Mr. Shields. You managed to drag Mr. DeBest into this too.
Morton Roland, is this acceptable? Oh, it's fine. It's fine. You understand a woman's heart. Thank you, mademoiselle. Actually, I've thought this over. I'd like to tell you my thoughts. You'll let me speak, won't you? Justine, darling. Of course, you may speak.
Mr. Shields, awesome!
Phew, that was a close shave.
Thank you, Mr. Shields.
No, I'm still leaving the rest to you. Remember what I said? The defense attorney never gives up. The fate of our client rests on our shoulders, after all. It'd be uncool if Uncle Ray didn't put that into practice. Now then, Miles, it's your turn to show you'll never give up. Or let us down. Run away and desert us.
Right.
Well then, will you listen to my story? I believe that the culprit in this case could only have been Dojin. I have no idea what transpired between Dojin and the victim. It simply could have been that Dojin was displeased with him. In any case, he was the one who stabbed the victim to death. He probably had a dog dispose of the body. This is the truth of the case.
I'm not buying this.
The victim, Mr. Knightley, was it? I think it was a truly terrible thing.
Taking a man's life, you mean?
That's how you'd go about saying it, isn't it? If only I had been more vigilant, his death would have not happened. That's why I want to clear up his regrets. Warden Roland, how considerate. I'm sure Mr. Knightley in heaven is overflowing with gratitude.
Jesus Christ, Courtney, get fucking Roland's dick out of your mouth. Is gratitude really what Knightley feels? What? What did I do? That's the speedrun strat. Must be. You seem very confident of that. How can you be so sure? God. I swear. Half of his presses, this case, had been, are you sure? Now, last time, it ended up still being useful. But, like, it's because I wouldn't have led with, I'm sure. Or, are you sure?
The children of this home are all good little boys and girls. Well, except Dojin. Believe in yourself, believe in your friends, and believe in me and the guards. There is no way any of these hard-working children could have committed a murder.
Except that some of them have. Oh, maybe not, actually. Well, no, so it did. Just wasn't first-degree intentional homicide. Quite an emotional reason. Makes sense coming from someone like her. What the fuck? She turns into a black mage and then has the dog talk for her as a puppet?
Rosy would be capable of something like that.
I'm assuming she's trying to talk like the dog. Knightley was being held in the detention center and Dojin was in the prison. They couldn't make any contact. Don't you think that would have prevented trouble?
Prison is quite confined, right? There were many ways for them to meet.
Knightley was murdered days before he would have been sentenced to prison. Surely there weren't many ways a meeting could have occurred?
Even without a direct meeting, Dojin can still cause trouble, mark my words.
What could Knightley have done in the detention center to displease him?
That was just an example. You don't have to take it so seriously.
Talking about a murder here. I take it very seriously.
Didn't I already say that I have no idea what transpired between them? Nevertheless, you certainly are a serious one, Edgeworth dear. What's this? That piercing gaze. Always standing straight and stiff. Very nice, looking very clever, my dear. I think I'm about to become your biggest fan.
Mr. Edgeworth, stay focused. It's just a flesh wound.
Right. That was all. That had to be all on the. Well, I guess whoever made this game could be a fan of Monty Python, but I'd be willing to guess that was all on the translation team. Is this some form of psychological warfare? I'd like to hear your thoughts about the circumstances surrounding the murder.
I suppose it was a simple job. During his booking, I learned that the victim had some kind of injury to his neck. He couldn't turn his neck to the right. I remember him saying something like that.
Booking? That's the process one undergoes before being locked up in the detention center. It sounds like you don't really know a lot about Knightley.
I only know a little. In any case, he would have been an easy target for Dojin. Perhaps he used the chisel hidden in the chessboard. The victim wouldn't even have a chance to scream.
I see. Your opinion will be a very valuable reference. Can you add those last statements to your testimony?
Oh, you're making me blush. You're so C-U-T-E. I'm just kidding. I'll continue.
Okay, so this is... I'm forgetting something. It's gonna screw me up. How? Well, I was gonna say how would she know, but... If Justine told her everything, then she might know that that was something we discussed. Chisel on the chessboard. Whose blood is it? I guess we don't need to know. Perhaps he used the chisel hidden in the chessboard. We're talking about Dojin here, right? The chessboard?
The thing that the victim brought with him. Seemed like he really enjoyed playing chess. How could I have guessed that chisel would be hidden inside it?
Chisel on the chessboard? That fact is only known by a select few people. Okay, but that's what's confusing to me. Because there's actually been a few circumstances here where I'm like, how would she know that? And I'm like, okay, they say that Justine told her, or she said, Justine told me about it. Justine knows about it, right? So if Justine knows about it, then she could have told her. I'm not entirely clear on that part. This is the answer we arrived at from our reasoning, after all. So then why did she know about this?
In Dojin's hands, even a chisel is enough to be used as a lethal weapon.
Okay, so not the chisel. Show the chessboard itself? How would she know? Actually, it would make more sense to show the chessboard than the chisel, I suppose. Because how would she know that you could hide something in the chessboard? As opposed to the item that you hid itself. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Warden Roland, you certainly are sharp-witted.
Hey, enough with the titles. Call me Patty. P-A-T-T-Y.
However, there's something you were a little too knowledgeable about.
Embarrassed. You're such an inexperienced child, Edgeworth, dear.
Ugh.
Fight on, Mr. Edgeworth.
You said you didn't really know much about Knightley. If that's the case, how did you know about the chisel inside the chessboard?
Oh, of course. The entrance check.
Ugh, it's licking her. That's a funny sprite. Enough with the poor excuses. The entrance check? The chessboard wasn't something Knightley brought with him. It was brought to him later by Mr. Keyes. He didn't even have it when he arrived here.
That's my mistake. I meant the parcel check.
Even if we assume that, there are still many suspicious points. Why wasn't such a chisel immediately confiscated?
Yaha!
Judge Courtney, did you tell anyone about the trick to the chessboard? Okay, good. This is what I want to know.
I did not.
If no information about our investigation was leaked, then how did you find out? You could not have examined this during the entrance check or parcel check.
Certainly, someone in the warden's position would never have let a chisel slip by.
Exactly. So answer this, Warden Roland. When and how did you learn about the chessboard secret? In that case, I shall answer for you. And it's because...
I give up, Edgeworth, dear. It is as you say. I interrogated Knightley. That's how I learned about the chessboard. But please believe me, I didn't kill anyone. Enough. It would appear that we have uncovered some vital information. I'll ask you to testify once more, if that's all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
No objections here.
Thank you, Edgeworth, dear. I'll do my best. Well then, Warden Roland, I trust there will be no lies from here on out.
Our pool of lies is slowly running dry. Soon I will bring out her true nature.
I wouldn't go so far as to call it an interrogation. I always make sure to talk to all the new arrivals. Mr. Knightley, yes, we had a little chat. After our talk, he went right back to his cell, I assure you.
She's piling lies on top of lies, not realizing that it only tightens the noose around her neck.
You speak with the new prisoners, you say? That's right. I'm glad you understand.
Your testimony is not solid evidence. It requires more than just understanding.
Well then, Prosecutor Edgeworth, you may begin your cross-examination.
That's my rebuttal, not my cross. It doesn't have the same rules. Anyways. Let's look at the evidence here real quick. What do I think we're going to end up using? I think we have to press more information out of her, but I'm trying to see what we're going to use. And what was Knightley like during the interrogation?
He was very honest. Mr. Knightley was...
Honest, pal? He also talked about a croissant and some kind of promo. And passant in chess piece promotions, I presume. Looks like he was his usual chess-loving self. If he really returned to his cell, there's no way he'd be a corpse now. I know you're suggesting that I killed him during the interrogation, but I couldn't possibly have had a motive to kill Knightley, could I? Dojin was the only one I hated, and he had no connection with the victim. She only hated Dojin. Please add that statement to your testimony. See, it seems like this cross-examination should be dragging out, but I feel it doesn't feel the same as what's his face is, because I feel like there's more of a not compelling, believable, rational, like arguments behind what she's saying in terms of like how she was able to say, okay, you know what, I did do this stuff, but it was because of this. And that her follow-ups weren't something stupid. Like what's his fucks always like he'd say something, I'd roll my eyes so hard. Alba's. Yeah. It just feels more organic and less forced than Alba's did. Like, I actually started to believe her a little bit, just a little bit, when she was talking about he was terrorizing me, so that's why I did this stuff. But then you think, well, he was terrorizing you, so you found a way to possibly get rid of him. And you did it by killing Knightley. Yeah, more like a back and forth, as opposed to whatever the fuck Alba was doing. Judge Courtney, I'd like you to have a look at this. Looks like a record of a chess game. Is there something wrong with it? This was discovered in the victim's cell. It was Knightley's memo. Warden Roland, you also discovered this note in the very same place. And not just in Knightley's cell, but in Dojin's too, correct? What are you... Don't say that you don't know about... all these double negatives things. Don't say that you don't know about the chessboard in the special cell. Oh, that was a... I think we've seen that one, but still. Whew. After all, you would have kept an eye on Dojin's actions down to the smallest details. No, to be more precise, it wasn't Dojin that you needed to keep an eye on. The warden was searching for Mr. Dojin's henchmen. From the start, I found it strange that the warden interrogated the prisoners personally, since he used his henchmen to threaten harm to her family. Warden Roland interrogated Dojin to expose them. So, what are you saying? As you inspected Dojin's mail, you must have known that he played correspondence chess. Ugh! And then Knightley appeared with a chess memo in his hand. We deduced that he and Dojin were connected. You must have arrived at the same conclusion as well. However, you went one step too far in your reasoning. You thought Knightley was one of Dojin's henchmen who had come to kill you. Ah, so that's why you interrogated Knightley, boy. The boss won't crack, go after his henchmen. In addition, you discovered something when you were interrogating him. Inside his chessboard, you found a portable chisel. I haven't done a 6-hour Ace Attorney stream in a while. Probably... I think I did one Apollo Justice stream for... I don't think I did any investigation stream for that long. I think. Inside his chessboard, you found a portable chisel. Oh, the last one was 6... Yeah, okay, fucking Alba. That makes sense. God. I thought that was going to be over like 3 hours before we were done, finally. The murder weapon. So Warden Roland, the chisel was a symbol of Dojin, and that was the final straw. You believe Knightley was one of Dojin's henchmen and you killed him. It seems there will be no rebuttal. Judge Courtney, your verdict.
Though it is incredibly unfortunate, there seems to be no room for doubt. I shall announce my verdict for the murder of Horace Knightley. Twice my sacred verdict has been interrupted. Who was that?
The Black Mage.
Warden Roland? Oh, how strange. You guys really don't understand anything.
It would seem the one who doesn't understand is you.
Me? Oh, I understand one thing very well.
What the fuck?
There is a huge contradiction in your logic, Mr. Edgeworth.
When she's cornered, she starts spouting nonsense. Pay it no heed, Judge Courtney. Your verdict.
I'm interested in hearing what the warden has to say.
What?
I thought so. I just have one thing I want to say. One? Please take a good look at the autopsy report. The autopsy report, the one I brought... Of course, always comes back to the fucking autopsy report. The one I brought with me. Heard exactly what you said earlier, Justine, darling. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. 4 inches. No way. Could that tiny chisel really have made a wound 4 inches deep?
Impossible!
How could I have made such an error? Oh, forgive me, goddess of law. I believe that overturns your hypothesis. What will you do now, Mr. Edgeworth?
What'll we do? It'll be alright, pal. Mr. Edgeworth, always... Fuck!
Oh, hey now. He's gone all white.
Hey, you're a defense attorney, aren't you? Isn't there something you can do, pal? Do that turnabout thing. Make some earth-shattering objection.
Uncle Ray's a hard worker, but he's no Phoenix Wright. Without decisive evidence, we're just whipping a dead horse here.
Does that mean it's hopeless?
The true killer is Warden Roland. If it's not her, then nothing that's happened fits. But the chisel isn't the murder weapon. Are any other sharp objects here?
There are still many mysteries remaining in this case. However, we do not have the evidence to solve them at this present time. We have no choice but to continue this battle in the courtroom.
Objection.
Ooh, yeah. Objection. That would just give the killer a chance to destroy evidence. Are you mocking the court? No. I didn't mean anything like that. You look perplexed, Miles. Thought of anything yet?
Chisel's not the murder weapon. In that case, what is?
It's no use.
We're back to where we started.
No objections, Prosecutor Edgeworth? By the way, any baseless statements will be punished accordingly.
It's no good. I can't think of anything.
I need more time.
I regret to say, I have...
No, Mr. Edgeworth! Remember what Mr. Shield says. If we give up, Simon will... Have you forgotten that sad look on his face? He's the one who suffered most from Knightley's death. We can't save him. Who will? Besides, Simon believes in us, so we can't give up.
Okay. Miles, looks like you've found a good partner.
Well, hello there. Where did you come from? She just... Oh. I will be right back. Okay. Hey, move.
It's like Little K says. Whenever you're backed into a corner, think of your clients. Keep fighting until the very end. Isn't that the feeling you're getting? Gregory, your old man. No matter what trouble he faced, he would always turn things around and save his client. You've got his blood in you, right? In that case, you're the only one who can turn this around.
Judge Courtney?
The look in your eyes has suddenly changed. If you do intend to speak, you'd better be prepared to face the consequences. Your logic thus far has been misplaced numerous times. If this were to happen again, I will consider you unfit to call yourself a prosecutor, and you will hand over your badge.
That's right. My reasoning about this case has indeed been misplaced numerous times. Have I made a grave miscalculation? Wait, my logic is misplaced? Oh, hold on.
Still silence. I cannot condone this waste of time. Now then.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Mr. Edgeworth! I will announce my verdict.
That's it! I have to turn my logic around. My logic isn't misplaced, it's been misled.
This court finds the defendant, Simon Keyes.
Isn't it a little early to hand down a verdict?
I actually think it's rather late. Don't you agree, Justine, darling? Enlighten us.
What?! Try to remember. I went this account about his dog and his absence from the animal show. When I first heard that information, my suspicion immediately fell on Dojin.
I'm amazed you take such pride in retelling your previous failings.
But, was that not the killer's aim? What if we assume that was their intention from the start? Of course, the chisels serve the same purpose. Knightley's body was stabbed in the same spot with multiple sharp objects. This shows that he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder weapon was removed. By soaking the chisel in Knightley's blood, the killer wanted to mislead us into thinking the chisel was the murder weapon. Why? That's because... Why did the killer want us to think the chisel was the murder weapon? Warden Roland, you made use of this chisel's image.
Chisel's image?
Mr. DeBest, when you see this chisel, what does it suggest to you?
Something like... Dojin is the killer, right?
Now do you understand? That was the warden's aim.
Ah, she wanted us to suspect the person with the chisels.
Indeed, that was her plan from the very beginning. To make Sirhan Dojin out to be the killer.
I understand your logic. It's true the warden did not think kindly of Dojin, but you understand, don't you? This alone does not prove she is the killer.
As I thought, it's not enough. The remaining chance is for me to find the real murder weapon.
You have no more evidence. I believe this conversation is over.
I could prove it if I found the real murder weapon.
It doesn't matter what you say. We did a clean sweep of this place.
It's as Sebastian says. In the end, we could not find any weapons. In other words, such proof is impossible.
No, the murder weapon must still be somewhere in the prison. As long as this exists. Security gate! Why couldn't somebody have thrown it out a window? But then you'd still have to dispose of it. You remember its name after all. Are you mocking me? It's because of those things that you can't take metal objects in or out of this place. Ah! Right, as long as those security gates exist, the murder weapon should still be here. It also means no weapon could have been brought into the prison. In the end, we're back to the same mystery after all. Judge Courtney, Prosecutor Edgeworth, surely you've realized the real murder weapon is still in the prison. One must also consider how it got there in the first place. Chisel is concealed within the chessboard, but the chisel is not the real murder weapon, which means the real murder weapon must have been smuggled in somehow. The way it was smuggled in, can you prove that? No. How Warden Roland brought the weapon into the prison? Good evidence transferred from... That's it. She could have used that. This shows another way a weapon could be brought into the prison. What the fuck am I looking for? The route?
Take that!
I think you could shut down, but maybe you can't shut them down from there. Well, there is a way besides sending it in a package. Shouldn't be saying this to K. Oh, it's been confiscated. So would it be this?
Take that!
Yeah. Yesterday, Dojin said this. It's possible the murder weapon was brought in as confiscated evidence. What? What? Dojin's knife was confiscated and stored on the premises. Furthermore, a bell was attached to the knife.
It can't be. The bell on that chisel.
Exactly. The killer took it from the knife and reattached it to the chisel.
The only fingerprints on the chisel are Knightley's.
The killer probably wore gloves when they made the switch. She made the chisel out to be the murder weapon by attaching Dojin's bell, and in doing so made Dojin appear to be the culprit. Furthermore, the handling of the set of evidence that this bell originally belonged to was only possible for someone with the proper authority. Who, sir? Who had that authority?
Why don't we ask the warden what she thinks?
You can find bells anywhere. One could have attached it, right? I see. So you don't know. These bells are Dojin's trademark. There are only 2 in the world. What? What? And so attaching the bell would naturally make you the killer.
Do you have evidence that I had the knife? You don't, do you?
Of course, I understand. In that case, Mr. DeBest, I'd like to request an investigation immediately.
But if you find it, it'd be problematic for me.
Why would it be problematic for you? I don't get this line of reasoning at all. It doesn't matter now. It is necessary that we reveal the truth. You are a prosecutor, are you not? He'll just get a different case. Is there a problem with that? Does somebody want to enlighten me as to why that's a problem?
Oh, even if you say that.
Curse this useless prosecutor. If only I still had investigative rights. Investigative rights.
Besides, we can't investigate without the warden's permission, right?
There's no way she would approve. Could get a search warrant. Maybe they don't have that ability to do that. We have no choice but to investigate ourselves.
You don't have evidence. There's no use in continuing this conversation. The goddess of law does not smile upon those with no evidence. This will have to be continued in the courtroom.
Not good. If we give the warden more time here, she'll definitely destroy the evidence. Seems like I have no choice but to raise an objection and stall for time. But I don't have anything definite. Is that really acceptable? Not really like me to do something this reckless? No, not good. Now's not the time for hesitation. Right now, I'm not a prosecutor, but an attorney's assistant. I need to protect my client. Okay, this is getting annoying. Yeah, we've been through this. Like, 4 times in the past hour and a half. Which would actually have been significantly faster if I wasn't voicing every character. Significantly shorter. Shorter. Did I say longer? I meant shorter. I did. Even if it's a 1 in a million chance, I have to take it. It's sink or swim. Should I raise an objection? No, let's just lose. Almost feels like I've turned into a certain bluffing defense attorney. But right now I can't come to a standstill here.
Objection!
I did say faster. Okay. Hold it.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, what now?
I just realized something.
What would that be, pray tell?
Naturally, the whereabouts of the real murder weapon. Dojin's knife.
Mr. Edgeworth, is that really true?
Yes, though it is a lie.
I find that hard to believe. This isn't a bluff, is it?
You underestimate me. The word bluff does not exist in my dictionary. This is bad for my heart.
There's no way you could know because such a thing doesn't even exist.
Well then, could you enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon?
Think. Somewhere the police didn't look. A blind spot in this animal field prison. A hiding place the warden would have complete confidence in. Hiding place. Come to think of it. It's in the alligator. It's like the last thing we haven't used.
Man, she made that alligator swallow a knife?
That's pretty fucked up. I mean, she killed somebody, so of course that's even more fucked up, but that has to be excruciating. Same method? No, it couldn't be, could it? But there aren't that many ways to hide things from an investigator's eyes. Prosecutor Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? It's possible, but taking a big gamble here. The place where the real murder weapon is hidden is here.
Take that!
Here in the courtyard. Indeed. That's not enough information. Please show us in more detail.
Take that!
That's it. Back then. Was it back then like 2 hours ago? But then why would he not eat his food? Couldn't he have like dropped it out of his mouth and then like, I don't know, maybe. Of course, that's why the metal detector reacted. Judge Courtney, I'd like you to take a look at this. The chisel. Wasn't that just the fake murder weapon? Dojin hid this chisel inside his dog's mouth. And the real murder weapon was hidden in very much the same way. The real murder weapon is in the pond inside the alligator. What? What? We can confirm that the metal detector reacted to the alligator. Judge Courtney, please have the insides of the alligator examined. How are you gonna do that? I give my consent. We'll have to call a veterinarian.
I can make that little girl open her mouth. Can I help?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead and operate this very dangerous animal like it's nothing. I know she's a professional, all, but what the fuck? Warden Roland, discovering the real murder weapon will settle this matter once and for all. Why don't you do the honorable thing and confess now? What do I have to confess? In that case, you can just wait for your fate to be sealed. Ugh! Oh, we found it, sir. Just where you said it would be. It's over. Patricia Rowland, the real murder weapon is none other than Dojin's knife. And the one who murdered Horace Knightley can only be you. Dojin was the evil one. I didn't do anything wrong. It was completely reasonable. That guy was one of Dojin's henchmen. If only he had never come to my home. I could at least still be happy. My special paradise. He ruined it. All of it. Him. That no good assassin. Him. Oh my. Yeah, I mean, that's that's the issue I have with these games sometimes is you get ahead of the game, but you still have to like take these baby steps to get to that point, which, to be fair, in some, in a court setting, you do have to lay foundation before you can get into that sort of thing, right? But for this, all the foundation was already laid. Like, we didn't have to go through this whole song and dance, just... I decided to give it a little more oomph since my wife left and I have nobody to wake up. This is the best! We have the results! The best of the best? Looks like even the forensic officers have it tough. Found the traces of Knightley's blood on Dojin's knife! It was just like you said! You're the best, Mr. DeBest! Alright, good job. Don't stop there. Keep the praise coming. Yes, sir! You're so incredible. It brings tears to my eyes. From sorrow?
Well done, Sebastian. Next comes the follow-up investigation.
Huh? What are you talking about, Justine? Hasn't the case been solved already?
We have not yet confirmed if Knightley truly was one of Donjan's henchmen. There's also a chance that Warden Roland jumped to conclusions. Oh! That is the remaining uncertainty in this case.
Anyway, let's keep investigating. Hey, you there, come with me. Since I'm the best, the truth will appear before me first. When that moment arrives, make sure you don't miss it.
Yes, sir! Looking forward to witnessing your first-rate ability. It's too much like Mchu.
Let's go!
We live in troubling times, wouldn't you agree?
Bitch, don't talk to me.
The would-be assassin of the president was found murdered in the prison.
Knightley had not planned to assassinate the president.
The truth is not as vital as you seem to believe it to be. Not to the world, and not to the law.
That can't be right!
Believe what you will, however. As long as Prosecutor Edgeworth remains a prosecutor, it is an inescapable reality.
A prosecutor is not someone who demands a guilty verdict. That is what I believe. Nor should a judge believe that's what they're supposed to fucking do!
Those are merely your values. The law is not the plaything of any one person. You will not submit to that. You will do well to prepare for the consequences.
What's that supposed to mean, pal? Don't tell me you're gonna...
Now then, this is where I must take my leave. Prosecutor Edgeworth?
God, fuck her! Like, it's just... She's like the worst type of... She is. No, she is. She's the worst type of judge. The one who's just looking to throw everybody in prison. Find them guilty. She seems to imply that the law merely serves to punish people. Judge Courtney is right. The law should not serve any one person's desires. However, the truth is bent as a result of that. I mean, yeah, it's just they are supposed to find the truth. Prosecutor's job isn't just to throw the person they accuse in fucking, like, prison. They're supposed to make sure they're throwing the right person in prison. Because of the truth. So she's just flat out wrong. Can that really be called justice? No. And here we had this talk about positivism earlier.
Ah, Simon!
Boss!
What happened? They said you could come out already?
Well, honestly, I don't know for sure. All of a sudden, they were like, you're free to go, and you should thank Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, that's because he found out who the real murderer was.
Really? He did? Mr. Edgeworth? No, wait. Even if you glare at me like that, it's useless. I'm innocent after all. You can't make me guilty. It's bullshit.
Simon, you should thank him, you know.
You're right. Thank you very much.
I want to thank you too.
Good grief.
Mr. Defense Attorney, can I ask you just one more question?
Yes, you may, but I'm not a defense attorney.
I thought that Knightley and I were friends. No, I mean best friends. I always thought we were. You don't think so anymore? Well, I'm just wondering. There are some things I had no idea about. Like how he could hate someone enough to kill them. That's why maybe he never trusted me either. Simon, that's not true. You're lying. Because if I had known, I could have stopped him. I would have told him he had no need to be angry with anyone. No need to be angry with anyone anymore.
Mr. Keyes, I don't think he disliked you either. Let's show him proof that Knightley trusted him. The old, gotta show them that they're not, hated. The fuck am I supposed to show him? What the? I have no idea. The chessboard? Because he had him bring him the chessboard and he loved chess? That's really loose. We saved the room sequel.
Yes, that's why I asked.
There's the chessboard. Oh, man. Like I said, that's kind of loose.
Take that!
But maybe there's reasoning that I'm not thinking of. That's what I gave to... Knightley had a chisel inside it, most likely to aid in his escape.
Escape? He used me?
He trusted in you. He knew you'd bring it to him without looking into it and without question. And in doing just that, you were caught up in everything. That doesn't prove that he gave a shit about him! All that proves is that dude knew he wouldn't, like, think ill of him. That's literally all that means. I trust people I'm not friends with. Yeah, that's really all it shows. He did use them, and he's like, ha, but he trusted you. It's like, okay, that's why he used him.
Wow, Knightley, you idiot. It's bullshit. Looks like he gets it. Yeah, he really did get used. Simon is not as dumb as he looks after all, well, except for the fact that he got used. Abused. I'm sure he'll be back to normal by tomorrow.
Was that supposed to be a compliment?
Oh, I'll be strong. I'll become a splendid wild animal tamer for Knightley's sake.
Excellent, that's the spirit. Pull up his limp fucking antenna.
I almost forgot. If you like, please come to our next show. I'll also be performing in it. The Berry Big Circus is always fabulous and fun for all ages.
Fuck you, game. Oh, it sounds like fun. No. Let's go, Edward. Fuck off. Well, I'll think about it. No! No!
Well, we need to get back to practicing right away. You'll be with Regent today. What? The tiger? No way, no way, no way, no way. It'll be fine. He's a good boy. No way. There's no way it will be fine. I do not want to go with the tiger. I do not. Please cut me a break, boss.
There they go.
I swear to fucking God, if we go to the next damn case and it takes place in the Berry Big Circus, I am going to quit this game.
But man, bravo. You really put on a good show today, Miles.
It's all thanks to you, Mr. Shields. Without your help, she might have gotten away. Not to mention allowing us to continue the investigation.
Oh man, cut it out already. You're gonna make me blush.
I never know when you're being serious.
Uncle Ray is always serious. So how about it? How was it, Miles? How did it feel to be a defense attorney, to save people?
Defense attorney.
But that really took me back. It was just like being next to your old man again. Haha, it's been a while since I felt this good.
It was, well, something difficult to say it was a good thing. Somewhat difficult to say it was a good thing.
Come on, Miles. Are you sure you don't want to be a defense attorney?
What?
You know, pick up where your father left off. Don't you want to save people like he did?
What are you talking about, pal? Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecutor.
But is it really that unusual for a prosecutor to become a defense attorney these days?
No, not at all.
Unusual isn't the problem here.
Hey, don't be upset. It's normal, you know, normal.
It's not.
Yeah, it is. Normal, pal.
You all make for a powerful defense team. Mr. Shields, I am a prosecutor, and Uncle Ray is a defense attorney. That's why. I'm being serious about this. Well, that's just my opinion. Feel free to drop by anytime if you have a change of heart. I'll be waiting for you.
Cool as a cucumber, which I hate that saying because I fucking hate cucumbers. Cold as ice. But that tends to have a negative connotation.
Follow my father's footsteps? Me? Become a defense attorney?
I'm gonna become a defense attorney just like my dad!
Should I become a defense attorney? Like my father?
I am a defense attorney, like my father before me. Nah, we'll save the intro for next time. I mean, it might be like a 3-minute stream, but that's the risk we're taking. Setting could be Berry Big Circus, and I'm like, all right. Thank you everybody for watching, and we'll be playing a new game next stream. Oh, but seriously, that case dragged a bit. I still liked her testimony way more than Alba's because it made a lot more sense and it wasn't just fucking stupid. Like him hanging on to nothing. But it did go on longer than it should have. Justine sucks as a judge. Well, I don't know. If she's an actual judge and she has that attitude in court, then yeah, that's a shitty judge. As a member of this PIC, maybe it's good. I don't know. Maybe we're supposed to be overly critical. Well, she does not seem unbiased, or objective, so that's kind of a problem. She's not lawful neutral. Like that I feel like that's what the game wants you to believe, but I do not believe her to be lawful neutral. Or neutral. Yeah, lawful neutral. Yeah, that would be different. But they're calling her judge. That's, seems to imply. But we'll see. The best is lame. He was just kind of here to be annoying. Not the best use of his character. I'm sure we'll get more of him in the future, though. And it's just kind of a setup. So I'll reserve judgment in terms of whether I think he's a good character or not. His role in this case was just really lame. Kay and Gumshoe continue to be awesome. And Uncle Ray. I like Ray Shields. He seems cool. So hopefully you get more of him. Yeah, so it's just fine. It was fine. I think it went on too long. Like, not that a case can't go on long, but for this case setting and specific set of facts, too many red herrings. There were, 2 huge red herrings. You could have gotten rid of one of those. Some holes, but I mean, all the cases have some amount of holes, so that's not... It wasn't anything case-breaking. Why? Because that's the person they could all dominate? Like, what's good about his... I mean, I guess we'll have to see, because his character in this chapter was nothing. He was worthless. Well, okay, he's not worthless. He was literally there just to antagonize you. But Justine was the actual antagonist. The person you were going up against for most of the time. He's just there to be kind of her, dog. I don't mind red herrings, but 2 of them, then you're just diverting just to be diverting. I agree that focusing on Dojin as the red herring made a lot of sense. But then throwing a Elbert's thing into it is like... I think you could have reworked this a little better. Like, red herrings are fine, but like, not all red herrings are good red herrings. I thought, okay, I just said his name. What the fuck's his name? J. Elbert. I thought he was kind of a weak red herring, personally. What? He was there to get shit on? Didn't get filtered on my screen. Just because it's less obvious doesn't make it good, though. It has to make sense. In the grand scheme of things, he kind of did not matter. At least Dojin mattered. Like, that's what I really don't like. Red herrings that don't really matter in the grand scheme of things. In terms of Knightley's murder, Elbert, like... He really didn't matter that much. At, like, very little. There was some value to it, just not much. Alright, well, that'll be it for me. We'll be back with case 3, start of case 3 next Friday. I'm thinking about changing the schedule so that investigations is always on Wednesday. So instead of having to go Monday, Wednesday, Danganronpa, Friday, investigations, we could go Danganronpa, investigations, Danganronpa, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So then when I cut the Friday stream out every few weeks, I'm not moving the Ace Attorney stream. Or just cutting out one of the Danganronpa streams. I'm thinking about doing that. Not sure yet, but we'll see. Figure that out over the weekend. No, we don't. I mean, I think we have different experience and an approach. This is not just experience; it's also taste and approach to narratives. But yeah, I don't think that was a particularly strong. Dojin's a really good character, though. I really like Dojin's character. Dojin's character was sick. Dude was intimidating. Very well done. Very well done. Right, isn't he just... Oh, whoops. He's just a plot device then, right? He was there to make sure that a certain chain of events happened. And not that plot devices are bad, sometimes they are necessary. I just am not a huge fan of how it was used here. But again, it's not it didn't make the case bad, just I think it added to the padding that made this case too long. But I don't know. Still give it like a 7 out of 10, maybe? See, I don't want to start... I'd have to think about that more. So that's why I don't like throwing out ratings, because I'd have to think about it more. and like put it relative to the other games too. Oh yeah. I could see liking the case, especially if you liked all the extra stuff, an additional red herring and stuff like that. My grading scale is also probably harsher than yours. Your 8.5 might be my 7. Just for those that don't know, and I'm pretty sure, I haven't talked about this in a long time, when I make a rating scale of 1 to 10, I consider 10 perfect. And I generally, something very, very, very few things are perfect. Or the closest to perfect you can be. So, like, there might be one thing that's a 10. Maybe 2. Everything else is going to be under 10, which then kind of bumps everything else down, right? Kind of like how IMDb's highest rated movie is, what, a 9.2? Shawshank Redemption. Like, your upper end is 9.2. That makes, like, a low 7 a pretty strong movie. Whereas normally a 7 would be like, it's a C, you know? Yeah, if you give a ton of them 8 or higher. See, I don't, that's probably not how my scale would look. But yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna go to bed. I will be back Friday with member stream. So I haven't revealed what we're doing yet, but we'll just let that happen. Friday, we'll be going on a bit of a musical adventure. So we'll see how that goes. Some more Danganronpa Monday, this again next Friday. We got a little bit of a layoff, but yeah. All right, everyone. You have a good one. Oh, thanks to Inferno Disdain for the $5 dono, and thank you to Snap ClickCat for the raid. Make sure, again, to go check her out. All right, everyone. Stream is adjourned.
He's trying to hold a roll of quarters in his butt cheeks.
A roll of quarters?
Well, his protein, all these protein shakes, I've been shitting 4 days.
He squeezes it together like...
Oh my god. Oh, there's a fox. Oh, there he is. Oops. Oh,
Really? I thought we were supposed to avoid him.
fox?
Yeah.
Careful, buddy.
That was a fucking joke. Holy shit, dude.
I will next time you right now.
Next time the shit
In
out
the
of
middle of your
Let's
fucking
go.
sentence.
Let's
I
go.
will
Go
just
for it.
fire.
Go
Bang,
for it.
bang, 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 bang.
No balls, you won't do it. No balls, you won't do it.
Well, how many, wait, how long?
Episode.
No.
Bang, 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 bang.
Worst episode ever.
Yeah, slide down the hill, bitch.
Oh my god.
Oh, fuck. Never mind.
Run away.
I have a high grind, though. What the fuck?
You're no Obi-Wan.
Correct.
It's over, Anakin.
I have the high.
Oh.
He just fucking throws his lightsaber at him.
Some fucking Chad Jedi tries to challenge Anakin, and he's just like, I have the fucking high ground, bro.
Wait, what did you call him? A Chad Jedi?
Yeah, some Chad Jedi.
Is that like slang for like
if it wasn't
generic
Obi-Wan, but
bro or something?
Yeah, exactly.
Chad?
Yeah,
I've
some
never
Chad.
heard that before.
Yeah, some Chad Jedi challenges him, and he's like, I have the high ground, bro. You can't fuck with me. And then Anakin just cuts him in half.
Oh, not cool.
This fucking sucks, bro.
Now this is the alternate universe I want to be in.
Yeah, right.
Damn. Don't you mess with us,
Down,
you
square.
punk. Die. Take this.
Jesus Christ. Nice.
Dang.
Wow.
Nice hat.
Yeah, right.
Just talking shit like
Hey, the wrong one. No!
Why'd you take your hand off the controller?
It was.
You were flawless.
He is feeling arrogant as a.
I thought it was over. nice hat. Thought I'd have a moment. Fuck! Come on! Are you a fucking checkpoint, man?
That was hilarious.